gather together here. I will call to order the Board of Selectmen, Town of Woodbridge regular meeting for Wednesday, October 8th. It is 5 p.m. Our first item on the agenda is first Selectmen remarks. I'd like to start out by just indicating that our CCW master plan has been completed and was delivered actually on September 10th, and there were some final revisions made prior to the final document being put on the website. We will be putting it on the November agenda. I'll have it on the November agenda for us to talk about next steps with this, but I wanted everyone to know that it was on there. Very pleased and proud to also let everyone know that Town of Woodbridge has received the Sustainability CT Bronze certification from Sustainable CT, effective through December 31st of 2028. Our application was approved for 27 actions in 12 different categories for a total of 395 points. Our town will be recognized at an upcoming 2025 Sustainability Awards celebration on October 28th from 4 to 7 at the Goodspeed Opera House in East Haddam. The really good news, that is, it's a big step, and I know you appreciate it probably as well as anybody. And it is a really big step. It's not only in terms of gaining the certification, but what the tasks are in order to gain the certifications and the different activities, the coordination and the collaboration between our different groups was extraordinary. And we've actually, through this certification, attained 3, what are they called, Allison? The 3 equity toolkits, which are usually the most challenging portion of this and are required for silver.
3 are required for silver, so we did get all 3 approved.
Already, so we need about another 105 points in order to get silver, which is our next goal.
And that would be in April, would be the submittal. So, and there's quite a few things. So the town sidewalk, this project, for example, would and will qualify for points, but because it wasn't complete yet, so that is already points that we will have for April. So we will likely be silver certified come the April deadline.
I'd like to.
There's fulfillment, yes, the QR code grant, those things being completed. We have quite a few projects that we're just not quite in time.
I did want to make sure that I pointed out that this was due in significant, almost exclusively to the efforts of Allison Valsamis and Hillary Drum from our Sustainability Committee, who worked together with the different departments and different organizations to get that done. So congratulations to you, congratulations to our town. It is really it's a wonderful achievement. Just this past weekend, we had our annual road race, 43rd annual road race. It's interesting, we found out that it's on the same day as Seymour, so they had some of the folks there had contacted us to say, is there any possibility of changing the date so that we could each group can get more runners? And so they said, we've been doing this for a long time, and I said, for 43 years, and we won that one. But we still will be looking into what we can do so that we can expand the field as far as that's concerned. Early voting starts on October 20th. Registrars, see the registrars for more details. The absentee ballots are available at the town clerk's office. We have the Halloween Woodbridge Volunteer Fire Department Truck or Treat is on Meeting House Lane this year, as it was last year. Really worked out very well last year, as a matter of fact. And our Halloween Hoot is on October 25th at Beecher Road School. And with that, speaking of Beecher Road School, I'd like to go on to our next item on the agenda, which is our report from our superintendent.
Mika, before
Yes.
we hear from our superintendent, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I'd like to add the CCW master plan discussion of the current status and next steps to tonight's agenda. You know this because I emailed you to ask for it.
I'll second that motion.
All right, it's open to discussion. I'm not sure we have to do it this.
I feel it's important to do today because it's being talked about. Information is being shared that I don't believe is promoting clarity. And I think it's appropriate after receiving the plan last month to discuss it now. especially because it's being discussed as a unanimously approved plan, when concepts for
Where has it been discussed as a unanimously approved plan?
in your campaign materials.
We did unanimously approve the option that we recommended. The recommendation was unanimously approved,
What we unanimously approved
right?
was to have a bento box of severable options, and I just rewatched our April 28th special meeting about this discussion.
Can I offer a point of order? We have a motion to put this to the agenda, so I don't want to get into a CCW discussion right now.
Sure,
So,
sure.
before we launch
So
into
there was
all
a
the things.
second and a discussion. I was just trying to explain why.
Is there anything else we should have prepared
Well,
for this discussion?
I would like to discuss, I think it's important to discuss next steps.
Okay.
And the feedback, the final input, the feedback we gave a month ago.
Okay.
And how that feedback is reflected in the plan that we now have.
So Andrea,
Yes.
question, if we start the discussion tonight, that doesn't mean we wouldn't also be able to do it again in November?
I think the more
when
discussion
others
on it, the
get more
better.
time to prepare. So preliminary discussion tonight?
Yeah, that sounds like a good path forward.
Yes, I too am confused by what Mika offered up as his viewpoint about this. And so I would like us to talk openly about that in the interest of truth and transparency.
I agree. The intent is to, we're sitting at the same table and it seems like we have different perspectives of it. And so I think for the betterment of our board and the public, it'd be good to get more on the same page. So there's a motion, a second.
Anyone else in regards to any comments?
I think we have a long meeting tonight, so.
Well, I've been asking for several weeks to have this on the agenda
I
today.
mean, I hear you, I'm just saying.
I'd like to call a question.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to call the question first to vote on the motion so we can get moving forward. I think everybody knows.
We get an opportunity to have a discussion in regards to what the motion is.
Yes, but I think we discussed it. That's all my point. I would
My
like to
sense
call the
is,
question.
my sense is, I'm trying to understand why discussing it today is so critical as opposed to not discussing it at our next meeting.
Well, why
It's
not?
when the public has had an better opportunity to look at it, the public can offer us additional public comment on it, and then we can discuss it at that point in time.
Good question. Why
So-
not today?
I'm sorry?
I said, why
Because
not
one, we have a very,
Especially
one,
because
because
I've
we have a
asked
very
weeks
full,
in advance of this meeting, so.
and I indicated it is on the schedule for our November
Yeah,
meeting,
and I
yes.
responded by saying it should be on October's,
And I didn't agree,
yeah,
I
and
said-
I guess
so-
so the question is why?
very
Well, we're not
specifically
going to change our
because,
minds. Why don't we
I'm
just
telling
vote
you,
and see what
Let's-
happens?
I'm
yeah.
telling you why.
Well,
I'm indicating why.
I think it's important now because if it's being used in campaign discussions and my support of this is being characterized as a unanimous support for a plan that is not what happened, I don't want that, period. That is why. And I think we ought to discuss it openly and get truth and transparency out there and not allow this
we
to be
have-
used for political gains on my back. Because if you want my vote on that, I'll tell you what it is.
There's no indication that we're not being truthful or transparent, okay?
Okay, then you've made a mistake. We did not vote unanimously to accept this plan as the plan of the town, period.
Mika, I'm a member of this board, and I am confused by some of the stuff I'm seeing out there. And it's concerning to me that we all sit at the same table and have clearly different perspectives of what the outcome is and how we got there. And so
So is the discussion also to talk about
the current my motion
other,
was,
things that have gone out and what this board understands of them?
well, the current status of the plan, like, is it reasonable to say we're generating $2 million in revenue from this plan? The current status in our
Well,
next
that was
steps.
one of the proposals.
That was a recommended
That's-
proposal.
That wasn't like, that is one of the proposals in the plan, not the
Are
only
we
one.
advertising and telling the public that we're gonna generate $2 million?
We
So
can
can I
generate $2
just
million.
Point of
Yes.
order, it feels like we're discussing already the items, so if we could maybe vote to put it on and keep it brief. we could have some discussion further back in the meeting, rather than now.
Yeah, let's vote, and we can move on.
There is another option that I'll bring up as well, is that we may need to have a, depending on some other items on the agenda, we may need to call for a special meeting another time prior to the November meeting. And we can have more time, and we can, it'll be before the November meeting, and it'll be at that point in time where we can have it, and not necessarily put an item that can take a significant amount of discussion and should be prepared for, and the public should have some input on, which they can do today during public comment, and we can do that as well. So that's another option, and that's the option I would prefer, because it is a full agenda today, and we
So
can go that route.
Why don't we put the decision on when we might further have this conversation as an agenda, like the discussion agenda item that Andrea is suggesting, when we get to it further in the meeting and whatever else has taken place that might indicate that we need a special meeting, then we'll be prepared at that point in the agenda to have a very brief discussion, because I don't want the meeting going long, but a very brief discussion about what it is we want to do at that next meeting and
Okay,
get information about that.
again, we have.
Just add it to the agenda so we can do that.
We have a motion on the table. I would like a
So
vote
that'd
on
be
it
a
to see
friendly
whether or not
amendment?
we're going to do that this meeting. I don't want it to not be known.
Is that an amendment
Huh?
to the, is that an amendment to the motion?
No, it's a
No,
call for.
no, Sheila's an amendment to the
So,
motion.
so I think the way Andrea is describing discussion, we can do exactly what Mika's intending to do, which is after we've gone through this whole agenda today, we'll know more about whether we need to schedule another one. And then a little bit of discussion as to what it is we want to clarify, if we have questions. I don't want to start talking about the questions or anything else at this point, so I think if we just put it on the agenda and we can basically argue later in the meeting about what we're going to talk about when we get to it. But right now, we do have this
There's a
motion.
motion,
I-
there's a motion and a second.
Let's put the
Add it to
CCW on the
tonight's
agenda.
in a second. So that's the motion as it stands.
That is a motion.
And then there's an alternative to put just the discussion of, to have a discussion
No, it's
tonight or
not-
another time on
No,
that.
not a friendly amendment. I'm
First
just,
thing you have to vote on is whether or not to add it to tonight's
Whether or
agenda.
not to put it on the agenda, simple motion.
As number 14. Okay.
Is there any other comments? There's a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? I'll break the tie. It's opposed for the agenda. And we, at the appropriate time, we will discuss being able to do it at another meeting
Okay, thank you.
prior to November.
And
That-
apologies, Superintendent, but I also have a point of order. Perhaps this is what you were referencing and talking about maybe having another meeting before our November meeting, but there's a statement, an official statement by the town that says the draft affordable housing plan is scheduled to be presented to the Board of Selectmen in October. To my understanding, this is our only October meeting on my schedule, and that's not on our agenda. So, that's just my point of order. If I need to make a motion to add that to our agenda, I don't think we'd be able to, considering,
We don't have the material?
and, yeah,
Is that on the website?
it is on the website.
And that was from when we first placed.
The
town-
Housing Committee website?
Yes.
Is
Well, it's on
indicating-
our official, it's on our town website under Government, Boards and Commissions, Housing Committee, Affordable Housing Plan. And I thought, I mean, of course, we all know we didn't get, for technical reasons, we didn't get our
Right.
agenda until,
That was updated when we updated the draft in August. Is that 8 is August?
yes.
In August.
So I was
I think
anticipating-
the intention was October and that went on the website that way, but that webpage has not been updated.
But it's still I think the point of order is legitimate, so.
In what regard? I'm sorry? There's an error made, there was a reference made that there would be
That this was gonna
to be
be in our,
discussed?
in our
All
October
the more
meeting,
reason-
and it's not.
all the more reason for us to have an October special meeting.
Okay. Because it wasn't on the agenda, I didn't know how else to bring it up.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Any other items? Next item in the agenda is Woodbridge Board of Education Superintendent Christopher Montini.
Thank you, thank you. First, congratulations on your silver medal for sustainability. I
Bronze.
came across that just the other day, doing some research around transportation, and didn't realize that it was so timely. So that's congratulations to you all. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share a brief update from the Woodbridge Board of Education and Beecher Road School. The opening of the school has been both exceptional and smooth. We've had 3 successful open houses where families became better acquainted with our staff programming, their children's classrooms. We held a welcome back event for our bus drivers who've been doing a great job transporting our children. Our PTO sponsored an ice cream social. I can't underscore, hundreds and hundreds of students and families reconnected after summer's end, enjoyed some food trucks, family connectedness, and fun. I'd like to thank all of those involved in the opening of school. It's no small feat to have that many open up school for that many students. Thank the administrators, the faculty, staff, PTO, parent and greater community, and the tri-boards through their leadership, support, and resource allocation, all who contributed to what has been a great start and what will be a really great 25-26 school year. So each month when I come to you, I'll likely do what I do with the board, and I'll have an enrollment update. Our enrollment currently stands at 862. That's 2 less students than the 864 that we had last October. Most grade levels have 5 or 6 sections, exclusive of our MAG program. This year, our kindergarten enrollment was less than projected. So kindergarten enrollment is at 85. We budgeted for 6 sections. Due to then lower than expected enrollment in August, we collapsed a kindergarten, prior to the start of school, we collapsed a section by not filling a teacher vacancy that existed. So we now have 5 sections of kindergarten. We're watching our pre-K numbers closely. It's one of the things that went into, and if you watched the board meeting or one of the board meetings, you'd be aware, our pre-K numbers are rising. And that's a rolling when students who have special needs or an IEP, when they turn 3, they then qualify for public school special education services. So there could be a need mid-year to add the teacher. So we now have the vacancy upon which we've been sitting to fund that should the need arise. Our average class sizes range from 17 to 21.3, so they're in alignment with our class size guidelines, and we have 2 classes in 5th grade and 2 classes at 6th grade that currently have 22. Again, 1 student over, but right in alignment with our class size guidelines. As you know, we had a tri-board meeting in mid-September to review the estimates of the various potential building and renovation plans. During the meeting, Antonazzi and Associates shared a comprehensive presentation regarding the 4 potential construction options. Thank you all for your attendance and your engagement. We look forward to continuing the conversation and working with the community to determine the best course of action for the community. This is Connecticut Grown for Kids Week, and Beecher has strong partnerships with several local farms to bring fresh produce and food from their farm to our cafeteria tables. Woodbridge's own Massaro Farm was at Beecher this week, actually. I was forced, against my will, of course, to engage in the salsa tasting with the students. And I will tell you that I voted along with many of the students, and it was delicious. Students shucked corn yesterday, and that was served in our cafeteria today. Quick little anecdote: the assistant principal Cheryl Teifel went in to enjoy some corn with the students, and some of our younger students boasted, "I shucked that corn." So that's really fun. And then finally, we have H2O, a farm from Guilford that is a hydroponic lettuce farm. They're going to be at Beecher on the 10th for some lettuce sampling. I don't know that that's going to be as popular as the salsa testing, but we're going to do some lettuce sampling. Yeah. Our Halloween hoot is October 25th from 10 to 2. I'm told it's quite the event. So if you're free and looking for some fun, please feel free to join us from 10 to 2 at Beecher. Learning a lot about this wonderful community. I recently attended 2 community events A couple of weeks ago, I had the privilege of participating, and many of you were there at the Living Treasure event as a celebrity, and I'll put that in quotes, server. Truth be told, I was a little bit nervous. You know, I go through this process of interviewing and performance tasks. That was all well and fine, and I was cool as a cucumber. And then, you know, I was a little nervous about dropping or spilling on, you know, the who's who. But the organizers knew what they were doing. They put me with Maria and they put me with Lynn, so I was all set. I just had to carry the tray. Yes, I was in good hands. But what a wonderful event where the community comes together and honor and celebrate those who contribute and volunteer. Many of you were there and enjoyed the evening as well. And then this past weekend, I see a Woodbridge Like Me t-shirt over there. It was a beautiful summer day in the middle of October, filled with community, culture, and connectedness. And the BRS band, of course, was amazing. What a wonderful day following that race. And I'm going to conclude my remarks this evening with an invitation. Over the course of the last few months, I've had the pleasure of meeting with many stakeholders in the school and greater community. I value these interactions. They help me gain insight and understanding into the values, the goals, and the aspirations of this community. So I would love the opportunity to meet with you individually, to continue to learn about the communities, its strengths and opportunities. So if you are interested, you can reach out to me directly. My email is on the website, or Marshall DeGennaro, and we can set something up to connect, grab a cup of coffee or the like. And finally, it is election season, and I wish all who are running in the upcoming election the best of luck. And we will look to continue a strong partnership between Beecher Road, the community, and its elected officials. So thank you all very much. I'm happy to answer any, I don't know the format, but I'm happy
Yes.
to answer questions if folks have questions.
Thank you, Superintendent. One question, just in terms of the kindergarten, was that related to any particular, I know they changed the age situation, is that related to that, or?
Likely that would, the theory would be that last year there were 20 students that were not of age that entered last year's K. So this is now you have a smaller bubble. So in my previous district, the bubble where we didn't have as many, the bubble is in first grade, last year's K. Seems that 85, because that's the class sizes range from 85 to in fourth or fifth grade, it's 140. So that's a significant drop in enrollment for that particular year. Now, I do know in some of the studies that UBEC and you have all commissioned that first grade tends to have the highest incoming new students transfer in. It averages, roughly 20. So perhaps that 85 would be 105 next year, I don't know. But I know that we were fortunate to be on top and tracking the class size over the summer, so that when we made the change, it was disruptive to the teacher 2 or 3 weeks in advance. We didn't have to disrupt students and families.
Thank you.
I have another question. You mentioned pre-K
Yes.
and the flexibility that you have should you need. Is it another section of pre-K, or do you have to hire a whole teacher? What exactly is?
Yeah, so currently we have, the way that pre-K is structured here, we have 2 half-day sessions, one for 3-year-olds and one for 4-year-olds. You may know this. I know that what I've found is that so many people have gone to Beecher, everybody loves Beecher, and they have insight. So we have 14 for either 3s or 4s and 10 for the other. We know that from birth to 3 that there's a high number, but we're not sure until they have the PBT when they're 3 if they're going to qualify. So we could, a need could arise where we hire do another halftime section. Or it could increase and we add a para. Or it could be nothing, where we max out class size, maybe for that half a day around 18 with currently we have 1 full-time teacher and 2 para-educators. So that would likely, just for the sake of sheer numbers, that ratio is okay. You'd have to look at the individual needs and see if there was, somebody that might need a little bit more in there.
I was just thinking if that has implications for space as well as personnel. So it sounds like you have some flexibility. You could add staffing as needed, but would you run out of physical space is, I guess, my question.
Yes, that's a great question too. It sort of piggybacked when we were at the tri-boards meeting. We removed a teacher from a cart, and now one music teacher is in the collapsed class, which it's on the corner of like the grade 3 wing. I think it was a grade 2 classroom last year. So that could revert back to a preschool space, and then the second music teacher would go on a cart for the second half of the year.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
you're welcome.
I'm curious about our vice principal situation. I understand Mr. Sapia will be departing. So, I know lots of folks appreciate all the work he's done over the years, and I'm curious if there's a plan at this point for replacement or how that will be moving forward.
Yes, excellent, great question. We do have a plan. We posted the position. We have, I would call it a significant amount of interest in the position. And we have an interview process that will be, it will include multi-levels, and it will involve stakeholders. So generally speaking, with administrative positions, I like to do a lightning round where we bring in lots for short, almost like speed dating, not that I've ever engaged in speed dating, but where we're really asking questions that will help us tease out if our values align with the candidates. Because it's really hard sometimes to just look at paper and to identify a candidate. So we're over 100 applicants. We're actually bringing folks in halfway through the posting period. We're bringing in a full day's worth of candidates on the 10th, again on the 20th, and then we have a few days lined up for what we call stakeholder interviews, which would be more traditional interviews with teacher representation, parents, board member, et cetera, before entering the final 2 rounds, which would really be constructed once we narrow down to the finalists, which could be as myself, the board chair, and then ultimately to the board. Embedded in there will also be a performance task.
So when do you anticipate that those final rounds or a replacement to be selected?
Yeah.
If all
Yeah.
goes
yeah.
as
So,
planned?
The week of, we're hope to have a finalist the week of the 27th.
Of
Yes, we're moving
October.
very fast.
Oh, wow.
We would have to have, again, and I'd have to consult with the board leadership, we would have to have a special meeting or wait until November, since the practice has been appointment at a board meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. But likely, what will happen then is there'll be a 30-day likely waiting period before they start. So we have plans in the short term to make sure that we don't skip a beat, for lack of a better term.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? Superintendent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is the Amity and Woodbridge Historical Society, the Darling House Caretaker Home, and the tenant lease associated with that. Do we have representatives from the? You're fine. Generally speaking, it's just the audio that becomes important in terms of you sitting there. So maybe if Barbara, if you could, it might be helpful.
Might not be able to answer the question.
So, and then you can turn to Mary. But thank you for attending. Is there anything you wanted to say or before?
No, not really. I mean, I think this is much the same as a year ago, and I think the board is the same as a year ago, so there should be no changes.
We have to do leases every year. It was a 2-year lease, so everything is the same. Are there any questions for the Amity and Woodbridge Historical Society? I'm sorry, Mary?
It's a 1-year lease, right?
It's a 1 year, but it was, okay.
It's a 1 year
It's a 1 year,
lease.
this is a
Yes.
1 year lease,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Well, I'm happy to make the motion to authorize the first selectman to execute the 2025 to 2026 lease with the Darling House tenants as approved and recommended by the Amity Woodbridge Historical Society Board of Directors.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Second part,
you.
related to the Amity and Woodbridge Historical Society is the HRF grant submission resolution. And this is basically the town, this board resolving that we will indeed support the financial aspect of the Amity Historical Society, Amity and Woodbridge Historical Society finance obligation for a grant that they're looking for. Is there anything you wanted to tell us about the grant? Again, this is something that we have discussed in the past and
And budgeted for.
and budgeted for. It is budgeted for.
In the interest of time, I was
For purposes of the public, if you could just let us know what buildings it's for, just so in case people weren't aware of what we've discussed in the past.
I can't remember which one it's. Oh, yes, that's right. It's for what is locally known as the horse barn, which is the one that's connected to the house, really. And then the west barn, which we call the ice house.
That's what I remember, the ice house, is it? Okay.
Can you remind me when the projects will be completed by, or when the grant would expire by? If you
Again.
know that offhand?
No, I can transfer.
We find out whether we're getting on December 3rd, and we have contracts and do the RFPs, and you know where it's supposed to start in the summer and be completed by the end of the year possible.
Okay,
So, Barbara, I think I could do that as well. You said you're applying for you find out by December 3rd.
yes,
Okay. And then you start in
Summer.
summer
in the summer, after completing all
and
the
complete by the end of
contracts.
2026.
Correct.
Okay.
So the funding, our payment from the town for the services will take place in this fiscal year or the next one? July?
It'll most likely take place in the next fiscal year. It's in our capital budget, which is it does not expire at the end of the year. So the
Okay, so it'll just
appropriation.
We can
move
move it
forward.
over.
Okay, but it's in this one that's.
It's in this
already-
year's capital budget, but
enacted.
most likely won't be used till next year.
Right.
For
But
the
the-
grant
Based on your
purposes,
timeline.
we needed to budget it for this part of the application.
Because we weren't sure like the timing.
Yeah,
Right,
and
right.
previously we got caught not having
Right.
it there and available,
Correct.
but tonight we have it
We'll have to have it
available.
available before the resolution, right?
There you go. Now we're on the right side of the
Right. I
calendar.
remember that
And
last.
so just
Yeah.
for the benefit of the public, the matches and what we budgeted for is $54,650?
Right, which is 50%,
Thank you.
right? 50%,
Yes.
approximately.
Additional questions?
Do you need grant writing assistance, or is it something that?
Everyone needs great.
That's easy. That's the easy answer, I agree.
Well, I'm just wondering how, if so assume, because it's not written yet, I'd imagine, or it's not submitted yet. So, just asking if any resources are needed to help promote success, yeah. And if so, I would be happy to help. I do have grant writing experience, not in this
As Mary
particular.
says, we can use all the help
So
we
the
can
last
get.
time we applied for the grant, I worked cooperatively with Alexia to complete the grant application.
Okay.
I'm assuming it'll be the same process.
Okay,
Same process.
so
Yeah.
the resources are,
So yes, we
Maybe needed.
actually have a template from last year, so shouldn't be.
that always helps.
Yeah.
Right, right,
Copy and
paste.
right,
But
right.
we accept your offer anyway.
Yeah. Well, great.
Right, with that, I'll ask that we read the actual grant resolution, if we could.
So I will read the resolution. Whereas the Amity Woodbridge Historical Society has submitted a letter of intent to SHPO to apply for the HRF matching grant to do the preservation repair work on the horse barn and ice house. Sorry, we've got the colloquial language in there. Now it be resolved that the Board of Selectmen have authorized the Amity Woodbridge Historical Society to apply for a Historic Restoration Fund grant to the State of Connecticut Historic Preservation Office. It is further resolved that the town of Woodbridge has appropriated matching funds as required by the grant terms totaling $54,650. Any approval of the grant is further subject to town council review and the Board of Selectmen's acceptance of the terms and conditions of the grant.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any additional discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Sounds like you might need some.
I know.
Next item on the agenda is our Administrative Officer Director of Finance report.
Thank you.
Fun with it.
Report through first quarter of the fiscal year is really not much to report. I've not identified any large variances to budget at the present time. There are two items that are worth mentioning, however. The first is the recent collective bargaining agreement with the police union. We're currently calculating the wages and adjusting payroll records for the new wages. And we have contingency funds and some department funds will, we feel at this point will cover the expense, but there may be some contingency transfers required. So I'll bring that to your attention. Second is investment income. We're just, I always monitor the activity in our interest rate activity. We're currently in budget, but it's something to continue to watch based on current events. So that's pretty much it. There's not much else to report.
Tony, I had a question for you about, I think it was last month we discovered that the Amity had made their decision about budget surplus. Have they communicated that there's any remaining surplus?
They have not.
Okay.
I've not heard from
I
them.
wonder if there is.
Amity.
Well, they took only 2%, so perhaps. And that, I know it shows up in your report when you get the information.
Right,
You don't have it yet, right?
typically they'll wait until they finish their audit to
like
confirm
December.
the information.
Okay.
Right.
Yep, makes sense. Thanks.
Tony, did we need to adjust the fees at the transfer station? Is there any action that we need to take regarding that? I don't remember what we put in this budget going forward.
So we did put in the budget going forward to have slightly increased revenue from the transfer station, so that is something that will need to be
Needs to
reviewed
be
by the
on
board.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe the next item on the agenda is funding requests.
Yes. We have one funding request for your attention, and it's for the probate court. So the town is a member of the Derby Probate Court, and the way the fee is calculated is essentially the cost of the court minus the fees that the court collects leaves an amount that they need to collect from the towns, and it's done as a ratio of your grand list compared to the other towns. So because our grand list went up, our assessment goes up from 92.55 to 11.368. So that's the request, is to transfer contingency funds so we can pay the probate court.
So I'll make the motion to approve the funding request as described.
It's request number 2526-03, in the amount of $1,868.
Second.
Any discussion?
I guess
All in-
just a quick question about, so this coming from contingency, and we don't,
Because it's so early in the year.
it is early in the year.
Right.
To be taken out of contingency, but there's a small amount.
Pretty
Right,
small.
This
it's
is
because
very
it's a
close.
small amount, that's why.
Okay,
I took it from contingency, right.
okay, thanks. Let's hope we have a nice,
That should be
very
it, though.
quiet
That's it, though.
snow season.
Right.
I'll knock wood for you. Knocking wood while I say it.
Any?
Wait, did we vote?
No, we did not vote.
No.
All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? I'm
Please.
seeing on your funding request, the information systems, 252601. It just reminded me that, and of something that I have a question about. A while ago, I think we discussed and either budgeted for or approved a funding request for an update of our, like, tech system in this room. And I don't
Yes.
think that's happened, so what's happening with that? Is that appropriate to, maybe?
Sure.
Maybe I have to do a
Absolutely.
motion?
No, that's
Okay.
definitely
No,
appropriate
this
to ask.
is-
It's a very good
Okay.
question. And I'm going to let Karen speak to
We
that.
just got our quote back from Valley
Okay.
Communications, and Allison and I are reviewing it to make sure it's
Okay,
what we discussed.
all right.
There was a delay
the
because
wheels
we
are
had
in motion.
old information, and so then when we got the
The
budget,
salesperson changed.
right,
and-
so they had to redo the information, and the grant changed, so we had
Okay.
a different amount of money to use, and so.
So that, and can you
That
just?
should be on your November agenda.
Okay. All right. I'm excited.
Good question.
Thank you.
There's some talk about microphones too, and Karen's wanted to make sure all the tech and the screens for you guys was aligned to that.
That's, thank you. I appreciate that attention.
Okay.
That's it.
That's, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the award farm leases for the 2026 growing season. The information is in the packets as relates to the different farm leases and the different properties under which we go. We'll need a motion in order to move forward with this.
I'll make the motion to renew the farm leases for the growing season to Tim Chris Sorensen, Keith Arnold, and Christina and Oliver Holland.
I'll second it. Is there any discussion?
Any changes?
Yeah,
from the
that would be
previous year?
helpful. I didn't have time to review these,
Exactly the
given
same.
our.
I have to put them out.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
leases, not a word was changed on the leases that were about to be signed, it's just the year for them. So
Okay.
Still the same parcels.
Is there a
Thank you.
financial component to that?
$10
$10.
for the year.
With $10?
Yes. Understanding, obviously, the real,
We gotta go up with inflation, that ought to be at least 11.
the understanding that the intent of these farm leases is for those farmers who do it to care for the property, whereas otherwise we would have to. So the value to the town is, much more significant. So,
Oh, so we paid them $10.
Maybe we should.
we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. All right. Onward, at this point, we will move on, let's see.
Something short that we could do between now and 6.
I'll take a motion to adjust the agenda to bring the consent agenda up.
So
So,
moved.
second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
I'm simply abstaining because I couldn't read it in time for our meeting, so.
Okay. So there was 5 yeas and an abstention?
Is that to move the consent agenda up?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, to move it up?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
know.
Then,
I just
can
feel
you
like
change mine? Because I'm happy to
Yeah.
move it up.
Let's do
Yeah,
that. So
thank
just
you.
the first one's to move it up, and that's first, second, and then
Yeah,
okay.
unanimous.
I'll
Okay.
move adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
Discussion? Andrea, I understand you didn't get a
Yeah,
chance to
just
look
wish
at
we
it.
got our materials sooner. No, not faulting Allison.
Understood? Any other discussion? All in favor?
I also didn't have time.
Motion
Sorry.
carries. Any abstentions or nays?
Abstention.
Just abstain.
Two abstain. Thank you. Ask for a agenda, changing the addenda, blah, blah. Changing the agenda item number 13 and moving it up in the agenda. Call for biennial November municipal elections for November 4th, 2025. I'll ask for a motion to move that up.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay.
And that's still a requirement, even though we have all this early voting that starts in a couple of weeks or something. When
Yes,
they-
and in the mailer, I worked with Anna and Pennell so that the early voting information will also be on the postcard that gets mailed to everybody's house.
And when does the early voting start?
October 20th.
20?
2-0.
Thank you.
And so Joyce Printers is ready to go. It'll go in the mail by the end of the day tomorrow, and then everyone will get it for early voting.
And we're signing it tonight. Is that right?
Signing it
Let's leave
tonight.
Yeah, I was
I'll have
passing
to
it
walk
around
through
now.
the
I guess I'll-
meeting
Right now?
Before you
I'm
can
sorry?
leave.
Are we in discussion right now?
Yes.
Okay, so can someone explain to me how the early
No,
voting?
did we make a motion? I'm sorry.
Well, we haven't.
So do we haven't made a motion
We
yet.
we've only moved the agenda,
Okay.
but
We moved it
I'll
up.
make the motion to approve and sign the call of the biennial election for November 4th, 2025.
So,
Second.
Okay.
okay, the ballot box, how frequently is that being tended to during early voting and absentee ballot exceptions?
Can I
Please,
check someone
of
that works
course.
at the registrar
Yeah.
and with Kim?
Please.
So that's early voting in the ballot box is not a part of early voting.
Okay.
The ballot box is only to receive absentee ballots that
Okay.
people can drop them in. That said, there is a lot of legislation right now that requires it to be under continuous surveillance, and Karen is
I would
working
hope
with the
so.
town clerk to meet all of the video requirements for the ballot box. Early voting is essentially an extension of your in-person voting on election day. So that process is similar to going to the polls on election day. You would then go to the library and you would show your ID, you would vote a ballot, it would go into the machine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if that
And
helps
thank you,
there.
so it's
Yeah.
the box outside of town hall is monitored 24/7 through surveillance? And how frequently is it emptied? Is it
At
daily?
least once a day, if not more than once a
Okay.
day. It's required by law, yes.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
Do you want to
I
pass
will-
that around now,
I sure
Allison?
do.
Otherwise,
will,
we're gonna
yeah.
forget, we're not going to.
Everybody,
To get this signed.
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Nick, town council report,
How long do we have?
10 minutes?
Yeah,
10,
I-
12, no, it's closer to 15.
No, that's fine. I don't,
Let me just make a motion, I'll make a motion for us to move the agenda item, the town council update agenda item.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Nick?
thank you. So I just want to report back to the board and I guess to the public. During the discussions that we had with Mike and his team on the CCW master plan, there was some reference to, and question about what approval would be required for some of the strategies that were being discussed in the long term, namely whether a portion of the property was going to be sold, whether a portion was going to be leased, or whether a portion was going to be subject to some kind of restriction or other interest in title. Initially, I recall the slide made reference to referendum, and the discussion evolved into, okay, is a town meeting required? Would a referendum, and when I say referendum, we understand that as a town-wide vote at the voting machines. So what's required here? And we've had a couple instances in the past of similar circumstances and things going out to referendum, so let's get some clarity around if we're going to sell, lease, or restrict a portion of this property down the road, what level of approval is it going to require? I can say, as Mike correctly reported, I'll say it again tonight, it is very clear that special town meeting approval would be required for any of those impacts on town-owned property, which this is. I've started doing some historic research into all the background documents about when there was a town meeting approval related to this property in 2009. Also when it went out to referendum in 2011. I'm understanding the trajectory and the whys and hows of how that worked. But I'm still trying to understand it holistically, because really what the question I'm trying to answer now is there, whether it's through this board's own initiative or by a petition of the public, is there authority then to remove this type of a question to a full town-wide vote, to a full town-wide referendum, basically like what happened in 2011. So I come into this fully recognizing that's the history here. The problem, not problem necessarily, but the reason why I don't have a direct answer on this question yet is because it takes a really holistic view of what the intention behind what the words in the charter actually say. And there's a history here of a few charter revisions. There's a history here of at least one of these referendums going out on this property. I know there was a budget referendum at some point in the past too. The point is, I need to be thoughtful about how I'm going to respond to this, because there is very clear Supreme Court guidance that has come out since these relevant provisions in our charter have been in place. And there is a very clear doctrine of law in Connecticut that the charter is the supreme rule of what happens in towns, in municipalities, even where there is a conflict with state statute. So that is what I'm trying to fully appreciate and understand in the context and history of this community and the legislative intent behind our local laws here. So that's a long way of saying I don't have an answer yet, but I'm working on it.
So that suggests to me that if our charter is in conflict with the state, that our charter takes, I thought there was a state preemption of.
So preemption.
For example, if the state says you're having an election and we say no, we're not, because our charter allows us not to, we don't have to do, that doesn't sound right.
Well, that is, so the distinction is what is preemption? And the state law doesn't preempt everything. the state and the Supreme Court is clear on this. Where the state has shown a clear intention to restrict a field, then in things like election, that cannot be changed. A local charter cannot go against this. That is where the conflict is preempted. But really, there are few cases. It's interesting because the cases that are out there are questions about, well, what isn't preempted by the state? What is a matter, as the courts call it, a matter of local concern that the charter does actually effectively trump what a conflicting state statute says? And there's a lot that's matters of local concern that the Supreme Court has said, especially when it comes to matter of fiscal impact and budget, especially. That is abundantly clear. So it's interesting. It's a fascinating sort of law school experiment that I go through and have learned. But yes, that is what the law comes down to. So that is what I'm wrangling with here. If our charter says, or in our case doesn't say, one thing, with this body of Supreme Court law out there, how do we reconcile what has transpired in the past and maybe what is ultimately what this community wants and has intended from the get-go? It just takes a more nuanced and it takes a little bit longer time to go through. Sheila, you probably relate to just historic research here. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at and working on it. Okay.
So a couple questions, I guess. So this has relevance for both the CCW, where there's something in the appendix that's not a legal opinion, but it's an email. And that's, I think, still in the appendix, even in the final. And you didn't correct my name. But we'll correct the spelling of that. But that's there. And there's nothing, as far as I could tell, and I got to confess I didn't read 945 pages of this appendix, but I didn't see anything added that since we brought it up and since you did this research, and I see that the main body of the report is now referencing a different line. It doesn't say that a referendum's not allowed. It mentions the town meeting aspect, but is there something that we can at this time put into the appendix so that it's clear that you are still it sounds to me like you're still researching this, you don't have a definitive opinion for us to say it's allowed, it's not allowed at this point?
That's
where you're at.
So you're saying the plan should reflect that?
So how do we get that in there? Because I can appreciate that it's going to take some time to figure it out. I wonder if later in the agenda we're going to talk about charter revision. In the best of all worlds, you figure it out before charter revision, but if not, maybe you could suggest some language that should go into charter revision to clarify, and then you're done. You don't have to keep researching anymore because we'll have amended the charter itself. So there's kind
that
of two
could take a
paths.
year, right?
It's going to
It
take
will.
multiple
Will take all
years.
of it.
So
Sure.
can we wait for
Well,
that? For this
which one's
plan?
go-
Yeah, what comes first?
which coming first,
Yeah,
the chicken or the egg here? Because this
good
is a
question.
really important matter, so.
I don't see that it's an issue with us modifying the plan to indicate that it's under consideration. That's an easy thing.
It's the only thing in the plan that voters potentially would either have to attend a meeting, which has its limitations on people's ability to attend, or can be assured that it's going to a referendum, in which case that's a different set of people who can participate.
And
So that's kind of important, and it is the only place where people can say anything at this point. So I think it's
the
I'm not-
whole 18 months we were developing the plan, we were referencing going to a referendum.
We did say it multiple
Until the September meeting, I think,
Yeah.
when we had the appendix of a difference of a potential opinion, which.
It was, I'm sorry not to interrupt, it was actually when somebody asked Nick to give them some information, and he ruled on it based on the information that he had available.
But we
As
didn't
I
get
say
that
again.
until
But we
September.
didn't get that till
Right.
our September.
We got that
meeting.
like an hour before the September
And so
meeting.
for all the I guess 17 months or whatever leading up to that, we were communicating as a board that this would be going to referendum.
And, okay.
What do you mean, okay?
I don't think that we feel any differently than that. But if our legal counsel identifies that the charter only allows us to go to a public hearing, special town meeting, excuse me, then obviously we would want to know that, and we would want to communicate that.
Yeah,
So
though I
that's
would
what he's-
advocate if there's a path forward, as you said, via a Board of Selectmen vote or potentially a public petition to bring it to a referendum. That would be, to me, very valuable information. I would, as a board member, want to consider a vote for referendum because that's what we've been saying, because I think there was a precedent for that, and I believe every person should be voting on this. So we've all been carrying concern about this property for far too long to not all have a vote on it. So I appreciate you finding the information. Do you have any insight as to how long it'll take to have clarity on this, or when we might know? Not to put you on the spot, but I'm eager to know the answer.
It's hard for me to say. Several weeks. I
Okay.
think I'll be more sure up with a more confident and comprehensive sort of thought process
Okay.
to deliver.
And just to make sure I understand, and I'm obviously not a lawyer, but case law precedent doesn't really matter in the context of the outcome here. Like if the town had managed this through a referendum in the past, that can't serve as a case law or precedent legally to have that be applicable presently?
That's literally what I'm trying
Okay.
to understand
Okay.
and develop, to understand that. No, the answer is no. Normally, just because you did something in the past doesn't make it okay based on
Well,
whether it
I
conflicts
understand
with the
that.
law now.
Yeah.
I mean, look, as the town attorney, when I get a question like this, I need to go through this level
I
of
appreciate you doing
analysis.
your diligence.
There's no like stifling, believe me, I walk into this full well appreciating that what it's gonna look like if I'm to say, oh no, the law says you can't do a referendum. I just need to go through this thorough of an analysis for all of your citizens, so that it's a full, complete, thoughtful and reasoned decision on an area of the law that, quite frankly, a lot of attorneys, like this is all I do. This is what I read, a lot of charters, I do a lot of legal research, and there's not a lot of attorneys who sort of do that. So what I'm saying is I have some insights here that I'm trying to apply based on having done this for the past 15 years, that I'm not saying were missed in the past, but I'm in the seat now. I want to make sure everything has been considered.
So can I just read on page 50, the statement is in the CCW final plan that is online. The town charter requires that a town meeting be utilized to approve the sale or lease of any town property exceeding certain budget thresholds, with potential for a referendum vote granted by state statute. You comfortable with that?
There may be potential. I mean, it's an open question right now. So yeah, I'm comfortable with
All
that, I
right,
think.
well, I will say that I'm not comfortable with the clarity that, and that's in an FAQ, so I think that the answer to the FAQ, that's a different question. You've answered my question about whether you're comfortable. I think it's for us later in the agenda, because I realize it's 6 o'clock. Since we do have it on the agenda, or we're potentially going to discuss.
No, it was voted, no, Mika double voted.
Okay, so
But in November.
We'll vote for it in October, if everyone can make another meeting. We set aside the last Wednesdays of the month for that, so there's still an
Okay.
opportunity for us to do it.
So to wrap it up right now, that's page 50 FAQ, it's in green. I'm concerned, I'm going to flag that for follow-up. I'm going to flag whatever the appendix, either, the one that currently is there and has at
But
least a
Sheila,
misspelling in
just to
it.
make sure we understand, when you say you're flagging it, what are we
I'm flagging to
it?
say, I think that needs to be clear. So it's saying granted by state statute, we can do a referendum vote. I didn't hear the attorney
Potential.
say we can.
Potential.
Okay, well, potential,
Potentially.
that's not how you answer an FAQ. You need facts in your
Yeah,
FAQ, not like, oh, maybe.
The fact would then
Maybe
be
the moon
take
is made
out,
of cheese, too.
fact would be to take out potentially with the state statute. What the charter
Yes.
clearly indicates is that it requires a special town meeting.
And
That's what the
taking
charter-
out that, with potential for a referendum vote granted by state statute, if we were to strike the rest of that sentence, drastically alters the meaning of the answer to the question. It means it's a town meeting, you're gonna have to be available, you're gonna have to stay at the town meeting until the vote is taken. That changes who and how people will have a say.
But our town attorney just indicated that there is still potential that could be the case. That's what I just heard.
So at a
So-
minimum, I want to separate it into two sentences, and I want something in the appendix that gives us a status update by our whatever October meeting we're gonna have.
I mean,
That's
we
what I'd
considered
like.
this a living document, so I think that's a reasonable request to appease. It promotes clarity. If we're presenting this
No
as
argument.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we're doing?
That's, yeah.
What do you mean? We're
Well, I
not
think
editing
that's
the
what
plan
we're-
right now.
No, that's what we're doing. We're waiting for further guidance to incorporate it in.
So you want to do it tonight? Do you want to change the sentence?
No.
No.
Well, we don't have the guidance to change
We
it
don't
tonight.
have, right, we don't have a definitive answer on it, so what are we gonna change it to?
I think it's misleading the way it is right now.
The bottom line is, nothing can be done without the input of the public. Now, what our charter allows us to do is what we have to follow. A referendum, fine, no problem. From my perspective, not a problem whatsoever, okay?
Our attorney
Unless we
doesn't
can't do
find
it.
our
If we
authority to
can't
do it right now.
Then that
right.
becomes, let's find out. If we
Yes.
can't do it, let's make sure the public knows that, how it needs to be done. And we can take care in charter revision and identify what needs to be changed, get the language that we require so we can have the
So it's really
latitude.
with potentially no option for a referendum vote granted by state statute.
Well, we're not updating the document right now. We've received the report from town council. That's what we've done. We're gonna hear more at another time. It's 6:02, 6:03. We've got public here for comment. I suggest we move on to the next.
Okay, I would like his opinion in writing for our next meeting.
He always, so yes, that's fine.
Do we have a venue that can accommodate 6,000 voters to come to a town meeting?
And put it on the October agenda.
No, we don't.
You know, it's ironic that this town voted so strongly for our November election to have not only all day long on November 4th, but starting on October 20th, we get like a couple of extra weeks. Whereas when we go to something like our town budget, we go to a town meeting at a 7:30 on a certain night, where you have to have X number of people, and the only way you can do anything about your town budget is to go through it line item by line item. If you don't pass it, our charter is a mess. That's all my point.
We have an opportunity to start to change that. So, and we want to take that opportunity. So at this point, we will move on to our next item on the agenda, which is public comment. Is there anyone that would like to come forward for public comment?
Hang on the windows. I am gonna ask this time if you sign in.
No problem.
Andrea, just put it up past the window.
You too.
Yeah.
There you go, perfect.
Wait, no, she moved it. However you turned it, you like blinded, you went immediately into both Javier's eyes, like the whole time, and it was just, I saw it go right across your face.
Yes.
Good evening. Robert Zasco, Westward Road. I thought I'd start tonight with a quote from a song, Joni Mitchell. It goes like this. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone. Now, my understanding is Mitchell had those lyrics back in the 70s, and it became somewhat symbolic, if nothing more, of the appreciation for conservation and stewardship of the land in an era that was pushing forward significant development. 55 years later, we're here today in the tiny rural town of Woodbridge, Connecticut, and that really strikes a chord with me. Our community is at a crossroads. We've got overwhelmed schools. We've got potential for massive apartment buildings here, chances of scaled and overdevelopment. And we've got taxes that are untenable for many of our neighbors. In the 15 or so years that I have lived here, I can't recall a time where I personally felt and I've personally witnessed my neighbors with such skepticism and such consternation. We have neighbors in our community that are preparing an exit strategy, whether it's because they're uncertain of where our town is going, or they simply don't think they can afford to be here anymore. So let's talk about those two things quickly here. Where is the town going? It seems clear to me that high-density development is a priority. And certainly there's a belief system for some that suggests this is good for revenue, it's good for our bottom line, it's good for community. And as someone who's attended a significant number of meetings along with pretty much everybody else in the room, I think this community is feeling ripped apart by what we're doing with land. It's not fostering, it's actually diminishing it. From a math perspective, I don't understand how this can be promoting financial health for our town. So moving to the tax piece, we completely missed the boat with the phasing. To call the budget process disrupted by phasing is sort of astonishing to me, because other towns near us have done it, they've implemented it, and it seemed to work pretty well for them. I'm here to reiterate that we've got values in this town that are suspect, and unless we have a different approach to how we are leading strategically, inclusively, our paradise here is going to go away. And I'm going to continue to be here day after day to make sure that I'm advocating for what I feel is the belief system of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
You're most welcome.
Would anyone else like to step up and make public comment? Anyone else like to make public comment?
I would love to start off with some kind of a song, but Billy Joel's my guy. And
got a lot.
I would probably start with Angry Young Man, but I'm certainly not young, so we'll just leave it at that. The good news I'm going to give you this tonight is that this is probably the last time you're going to hear from me this year. I don't see any reason to continue on, and you might not see me next year either, whichever of you are here, unless something crazy happens, and then I'll be there. With that in mind, I would like to say to David and to Sheila that your presence on this board for me, and I'm sure for just about everybody else, has been invaluable. Your remarks, your insights, your thoughts have been excellent. I'm going to miss you both. I've worked with Sheila, God, 25 years at least. Different. We started out at Amity when she didn't like me and didn't trust me. She didn't want to.
I've always liked you.
Yeah, no, you didn't trust me though. Lenny
Lenny
Bell told me you didn't trust me.
I liked sparring with you.
So I wish you the best, and you will be missed. You guys have been great. I don't take any pleasure in doing this. I want you to know that. I've never done this before, but I was sitting at home doing, and I just got to the point I said, I can't sit back and not say something. What's going on in this town? I mean, I get all these, this time of the year, we get all these mailers, all these people make these crazy mailers out, you know? And you read them and you go, and then there's emails you're getting about how great everything is in Woodbridge, and I just can't agree with that. I honestly believe, and the first line of my, is that Woodbridge is in turmoil. And it begins with Fountain Street. Fountain Street destroyed this town as far as I'm concerned. It's turned this town into, I mean, as far as it's in unanimity, the people in this town are unanimously against Fountain Street. I've never heard one person. I've talked to people all over the place. We go to these meetings, 100% against this thing. And so people say to me, when I talk to them, how did this happen? How did they, in Woodbridge, how did they get to build, or how do they get to build, or even consider building a building of this size? And I said, well, it's our wonderful town planning and zoning on December 2nd of last year, changed our regulations based on the writings of the attorney for the developer. I've heard that. I'm assuming that's true. I've heard it 10 times. That the developer's attorney wrote the language that we put into our zoning laws. It's just hard to believe that we would allow that to happen. And then, of course, we added another step to it. We're going to have 4-story buildings, 100 buildings. Then we added to that zone-wide. The entire residential zone is going to be able to have these things if you have water and sewer, which people are trying to get that expanded. And where did that come from? That came from our brilliant town planner. The same guy who said we were going to have 7 kids in the school system. He's the one that told them, make it zone-wide. And they did. They did. What happened to our wonderful zone planner? Well, we paid them $80,000 and fired them. $80,000 out the window. Let's be honest about it. Since I've been coming to you, I've been saying who's driving this bus, who's responsible for this, and nobody wants to take responsibility for it. So let me put it on the table very simply. This is a Democratic initiative. The Democratic Party initiated this. Whoever is to blame, nobody wants to take. One of the things I got here from an email, and it says here, everybody's pointing the finger. The Fountain Street project was not proposed by the first selectman or the Woodbridge Democratic Town Committee. It was a private property proposed development decided independently by the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, which is not under the authority of the first selectman of the WTC. The WTC has never, until now, taken an official position on the application, blah, blah, blah. So they want us to believe that the chairman of the Town Planning and Zoning, on his own, was going to make this decision. Now, I know our attorney has told us, again, that the Board of Selectmen, first selectman, cannot interfere with town planning and zoning, which I perfectly understand. But if I'm the chairman of the Town Planning and Zoning, and this guy brings this plan to me to build this mess, I'm going to the first selectman, I'm going to the town committee, I'm going to talk to somebody and say, what am I supposed to do? This guy's a part-time volunteer. You want him to take responsibility for this? And yet, that's what everybody keeps saying. It's not. It wasn't the WTC, the Town Planning and Zoning's responsibility to take this on. Somebody had to know it. I spoke to a friend of mine in Orange recently, and he said to me, "What's going on with this Fountain Street thing?" I said, "Well," he said, "Well, how did it happen?" I said, "They changed the zoning regulations." I said, and now it's allowed. I said, and he said, "Well, who allowed it?" I said, "Your guess is as good as mine." He said, "Matt, let me tell you something. In the town of Orange, nothing, absolutely nothing happens without the first selectman's approval." So for everybody to say that Mika had no knowledge of this, and the town planning, the town, Woodbridge Town Committee, whatever it is, I just don't buy it. I'm sorry. I don't believe the chairman of the TPZ should be held responsible for this, which is probably why he suddenly resigned. Sends in a resignation on 11/15 on a Sunday night, effective midnight, 45 minutes later. I don't blame him. He got thrown under the bus. Everybody was pointing the finger. And he was, believe me, he was truly over his head, way over his head. He would sit at meetings, and it was Christine who ran the meeting. Christine, is that right? You sure that's the way it should be? At one public hearing, he asked the developer's attorney a question, a legal question. And one of the people in the audience who ended up getting speaking, why are you shouldn't be talking to the developer's attorney, you should be talking to our attorney. Unfortunately, you weren't there. So this is the kind of stuff that's going on. I'm not going to get into that first meeting when nobody was there, because you know what? They wouldn't have listened anyway. This TPZ doesn't listen to anybody. As I've told you, they sit up there stone-faced. Their minds have been made up, in my opinion, and Fountain Street's going to happen, although I got something to say about that later on.
There's more, Matt? There's more?
Oh, yeah, there's more.
If you would, please try to.
I will. Just my last speech, Mika. I promise you. Another thing we've heard of course, is the plan of conservation and development. Total mess. I mean, it's a total mess. It was a disaster. If you read it, I read parts of it, and I mean, again, all expand sewer and water lines so we can have more dense housing. Take town-owned property, which is sacred open space that we paid for, and if it's sewer and water, put dense housing there. That'll never happen. I'll be the first guy to lead the protest if anybody ever tries to touch our open space. Couple of final things. The Housing Committee. We have a Housing Committee in Woodbridge. I don't know who formulated it or when it wasn't around. I don't think it was there when I was in the Board of Finance. And the Housing Committee chairman is also on the Town Planning and Zoning. And I know you've talked about that, and how did it happen in the first place? That would be equivalent to me, when I was on the Board of Finance, being on the Board of Education. That's a conflict of interest beyond all. How the hell did she end up on both? And she's the only one that ever talks at the Housing Committee meeting. So the last film I saw, they said, you know, Housing Committee, we haven't discussed Fountain Street, ever. So she said, well, you know what, I'll leave. I'll recuse myself and I'll leave, and that'll be the end of it. Okay, so they spoke, and they totally disagreed. They don't want it. So the Housing Committee for Woodbridge doesn't want this. One last thing which confuses me, and I haven't been able to find out, is the chairman of the Board of Finance. I served 36 years and 6 months because they asked me to do it another 6 months. And my dear friend, who I have nothing but respect for, was named chairman and suddenly and abruptly resigned. No explanation. Same as the chairman of the Town Planning and Zoning. No explanation, why? Why did she quit? I have an idea, but I'll find out. Someday I'll run into her and I'll find out. So, when we hear that Woodbridge is doing so great, I don't think so. I mean, we have horrible changes to our zoning laws which could destroy this town. We have conflicts of interest, resignations, no accountability from anybody, tax dollars being wasted on planners and consultants. That's another thing, the consultant on the plan of conservation and development, we threw that away. What did we pay him? $70,000 more? So we're just paying people and then getting rid of them. So I'm going to close with a prediction, and you're going to find this shocking, but I'm going to close with a prediction. You've heard me say again and again and again that this thing is a done deal. No, forget it, it's going to happen. And I believed that up until a couple of days ago. Went to the Town Planning and Zoning meeting Monday night, and of course it's a whole new regime. We've got 3 members of the Democratic Town Committee sit on there, and they were asked to recuse themselves because of a letter that was issued by the Democratic Town Committee, and they refused. But at the end of the meeting, the new chairman, who's been there 30 seconds, decides he's going to call a meeting for the 21st of October, and they're going to vote on Fountain Street. What the hell is the hurry? It's been going on for a year. All of a sudden, there's a mad rush to vote for the Fountain Street. And I'm saying to myself, because being the suspicious person that I am, something doesn't add up here. Something just doesn't add up here. And here's what I think, and this is going to be my prediction. If I'm wrong, I will acknowledge it. They are going to vote this thing down. Come October 21st, there's going to be a meeting, they're going to hear comments, and they're going to vote Fountain Street down. If you could believe that. If you could believe that. And the rest of you can all figure out why. But my honest opinion is, see if I'm wrong, after the meeting on October 21st, see if they don't vote it down out of nowhere, because there's never even been a slightest hint that they were going to vote this thing down. But I
Matt,
predict they're going to.
have they given any indication they were voting?
Nope,
it?
I'm making a prediction.
They were going to vote for it?
I'm making a prediction.
I understand. But
Have they made what?
Any indication that you're saying they didn't?
It's just if you haven't been to any meetings, Meek. I went to all of them.
Actually, I've watched every single one.
Oh, you watched them? Okay,
Yes,
well, in
I
my
did.
opinion, if you watch them, they sit there stone-faced, they don't answer a question. There was no question in my mind they were passing this thing. But now there's an ulterior motive, and they're not going to pass it. They're going to. I hope I'm right. I hope I'm right, because I don't like to be proven wrong. But my gut tells me they're going to vote it down. Okay? And if believe me, I'll come in here the next meeting. I told you I wouldn't come anymore, and I will apologize. I will apologize for being wrong, but I don't expect to see me. Good
Thank you,
night.
Matt. Thank you for your public comment. Would anyone else like to make public comment? Anyone else like to make public comment?
Good evening. Javier Aviles, 45 Ansonia Road. I won't pretend our challenges aren't real. There's an email. I sent out 11:29 this afternoon. The revaluation was unavoidable, and the burden it created for far too many residents meant real financial strain. But I will not point fingers or pass the blame. It's a good thing that isn't necessary.
Sorry?
So I said it's a good thing that isn't necessary. Because we sat in this room, all of us, on May 7th, and I did everything I could in my power to advocate and support a phase-in approach. And then after that conversation, you explained to us why you would not be phasing in the taxes or bringing it to the Board of Selectmen for discussion. I said it back in June, and I'll say it again. That was a failure of leadership to plan for that and implement a solution. Now, in this email, there's a carrot being dangled about the homestead. We're going to pursue a homestead exemption. So I remember that being brought up in that meeting too.
It was.
And it's now October.
Mhm.
So we're still waiting for that. So I've talked to a lot of people over the past few weeks, Mika, and few months that are feeling the sting and the pain of that. I'm hoping we're making some progress on there because they desperately need it. But I'm hoping this isn't a situation where we have to sign up to get more. Because I've also talked to plenty of people who don't want to sign up for 2 more years of that. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Would anybody else like to make public comment?
Sure. David Vogel, 1108 Johnson Road. I'm going to rise to public comment because we voted not to talk about the Woodbridge Country Club in our meeting. So, this has been a particularly tough meeting. Evidently we changed servers. I had no idea where even the information was until yesterday, day before yesterday, maybe. Thank you for the email that got me in, because otherwise I can't even get into the BOS 204, whatever that is.
As soon as I was made aware that no one got it, yes.
I appreciate
I
that.
made the easiest link, and you were the first person that came to mind. I said I need to make it so that it's easy for David. And
It was, because otherwise I would have no idea what we're doing. Matt and Javier, I'm 100% in agreement with what you've said. And, Mika, I will say about the taxation issue particularly. You said that you couldn't accept either one of those alternatives of phase-in or the Homestead Act.
No, I did not.
You said then that doing so would be picking people, making choices. That's what you told our group. And that's what I recall, was that you just weren't going to make that choice because you felt like the marketplace had spoken and that we had an obligation, saying perhaps those people who'd been paying more, now that the very wealthy homes were going to be actually seeing tax reductions in this thing, because of the market. I understand that, and you have said to me a couple of times, perhaps they were paying too much. That's ironic coming from a Democrat, honestly. Very ironic, because I think in not making a choice, that's a choice.
David, what I did was quote what the assessor.
Okay, that's all right.
But if he's saying something wrong, and he's directing it toward me in terms of what I said. I think I can correct what
Okay,
he's saying.
correct it, please.
So,
Please do.
the assessor gave the information in terms of what you're saying as far as as far as why somehow homes like the older homes, and I quoted what the assessor has told us, that the assessor, I did not indicate at any point in time that the Homestead Act was not something that we should look at. I did not do that. That's just blatantly false.
We didn't accept any alternative to this. We're now out on the campaign trail, and it's crazy. You're on the campaign trail. Full disclosure, I'm not running. And crazy things are being said out there. Among them, we're going to get $1.9 million out of this plan that we have for the Country Club of Woodbridge, blah, blah, blah. That's a drop in the bucket. The total drop in the bucket. By the time any of that is realized, that will probably be about 1% of our tax budget. And it won't make any difference to any homeowner in this town. We allowed a $1.3 million increase in just our regional school authority. Amity Regional cost us an extra $1.3 million this year, while billing Orange and Bethany about $100,000. You know, we're getting taxed to death. I know that by not wanting to pick people, winners and losers, by not wanting to adopt a program that could have mitigated some of the effect of this, you were picking the seniors in this town and the middle class to be the losers. That's exactly what happened. I don't know about the other folks in this, you know, in our 5% increase of the town budget, my taxes went up over 33% on my house. And, you know, I don't have a job, so here's what I want to say. April 30th, 2009, Ed Shee sent a letter to all Woodbridge residents while campaigning to become first selectman, and I'm going to quote that. The Board of Selectmen carefully analyzed and proposed purchase and recognized the importance of maintaining the property as open space. This is in regard to the Country Club of Woodbridge. Later on in the letter, he says, if the purchase is approved...
David, I'm going to ask you to hold off on that. We have heard the letter. We know about the letter. We've heard it many, many times.
This is my public comment.
I understand.
If the purchase is approved, the town will acquire 150 acres of beautiful open space to be enjoyed by residents for generations. It would be irresponsible for the board to allow the property to fall into the hands of developers. When I got on the board in 2021, Jerry Weiner, former chair of the Democratic Town Committee, who is now serving as our town council, you know, he offered advice to me, and he said, you know, Ed Shee subsequently changed his mind on that. And then later on, the current vice chair of the Democratic Town Committee dismissed the Sheehy letter with a comment suggesting that this was only a campaign promise. And that's why it's relevant, because now we're in campaign season. These statements are probably both true. They may very well be. But right now, truth and transparency are being tested. I believe that campaign rhetoric and promises to Woodbridge residents should be taken seriously. And I think Mr. Sheehy had it right the first time. I recently went to Steve, you and Mika, one of your campaign events, and you were addressing an event, and you know, I thought it was a great event. But you did state that the CCW plan had unanimous support of the board of the board. I don't think that's accurate. The only unanimous vote that the Board of Selectmen has taken on the plan that I could find was in April of this year, when we voted to have our consultants investigate options for economic analysis. And that was the plan I thought that we were going to inform the public and move forward on it. We were putting it into a bento box. Well, I had to learn what that was. You know, if we took that vote right now, I would vote absolutely against that plan. I would not accept it at all for one reason. If we have a compromise, and that's what I think it's going to take to get through all of the mistakes of the previous Democratic administrations on the Country Club of Woodbridge, you are going to, it has to start with both sides getting something. Right now, that plan gives absolutely nothing to the people who want open space. It claims to, but are we gonna have Jerry Weiner, oh, well, we had to change our mind? Are we gonna have the Democratic town chairman's view of, oh, well, it was just a campaign promise? You know, politicians change. They change their mind. Unless the first offer to get people to come together around this is, unless it is, we're going to first put a conservation easement on a huge chunk of this property and see what we can do with the other things. I'm not going to compromise my position unless I get a true compromise. And I will say this. Why do I worry about that? Well, I think I'm in the sync with the majority of Woodbridge residents who express their preference for open space. And I believe that our legacy will be how we preserve this land, not how we develop it. And in that regard, I think I'm with a lot of citizens. But what I fear is that that the plan may get accepted and a future board, not as good as this one, or a future Democratic town committee who is even more engaged in toxic politics will decide that that's just phase one. And then they're going to take another 10 acres and put development on that, and another 10 acres and another 10 acres. Or we're going to build along what the only other part that I even vaguely supported, which was along Ansonia Road with some compatible architecture. We're going to build that and then discover, gee, you know what? There's no appetite for the what do we call it? What is it now? It's assisted living. We have a big assisted living part over there. I don't think there's an appetite for that. The only one that I don't think I heard any citizen suggest that in the place, other than perhaps I know Mika did, but there's no appetite for that. So that suddenly becomes 2 or 3 more 804 Fountain Street developments along that big chunk of acreage. And now we've got a huge thing, because I think that politicians don't always stay the course. And I don't like the politics. I'm not a politician. I think everybody knows that. And I've gotten a little bit into inside baseball, but I've been the only Republican on this board for 4.5 years. And I've experienced in the previous, and honestly, I don't understand it. I really don't understand why we have a shadow government in this town, why there's a toxic level of politics coming out of it, and why do we, when the state says that you can't have all Democrats on every board and commission, why do we allow the Democratic Town Commission to appoint the non-Democrats? You know, if you're an unaffiliated, I've actually in my previous term found that the Democrats had asked people to unaffiliate so they could be on a commission because they already had their fill of Democrats. I think this stacking up, this power grab in our boards and commissions is a problem, because all of you guys, I think you ran for this because you love this town and you want to do right by the town. I know you did that. All of my colleagues on this board, I trust you. I certainly don't trust what happens when you start allowing, when you are complicit in allowing the power of the Democratic Town Committee to tell us what to do. That's wrong. Because all of us took an oath. We took an oath not to them, we took an oath to the town. And it's to follow the rule of law and make our best decisions. And I think a lot goes on that wouldn't be that we wouldn't be doing if we were actually following that and that alone. So
David, I'm going to ask you to.
I'm gonna just end that and say, I like you, I don't like the politics.
Thank you.
Wendy Wick, Brimman Road. I wanted to speak tonight a little bit about the CCW master plan. As most of you know, I've been paying very close attention to what happens on that property for quite some time. When the master plan was announced and the process was described, I was not really optimistic, but I was hopeful that it would be an honest process. It seemed like the consultants were legit, and they had a good team, and I was hopeful that we could get to a plan that the town could coalesce behind. Unfortunately, I was disappointed. The plan as described was supposed to be a bottom-up process, driven by feedback from members of the public, since, after all, we all collectively own the property. But the process was corrupted. Data was misrepresented, survey questions were leading, important questions were omitted. Many people, including myself, objected to the way data was manipulated and to the way survey questions were manipulated, but we were ignored. There's one particular table in the plan that I have held up and explained why it is statistically wrong and inaccurate, and I brought my little How to Lie with Statistics book and suggested that the consultants read it so they would understand the errors that they were making, but nothing changed. The most egregious example of this is this 100-unit assisted living facility that magically appeared at the end of the process. Nobody put a dot on a 100-unit assisted living facility. It was never mentioned or discussed in any of the public input sessions. It just, poof, there it was at the very end, when all of the public input opportunities were finished. And when that happened, I knew that the process was dishonest. As for the refusal to discuss and vote on the master plan tonight, I really have to wonder who you think you're fooling. You know you have a divided board, that half of the members do not support the plan. Woodbridge voters are smart. They know you have a divided board and half the members don't support the plan. And they know that the reason you don't want to talk about it is that you don't want that on the record.
Thank you for your public comment. Would anybody else like to make public comment? Anyone else make public comment? Anyone else like to make public comment? Move on with our agenda. Next item on the agenda is the Ordinance Committee update. Housing Committee ordinance.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question before we finish the town council update, which we kind of closed quickly to get to public comment? I just wanted to also ask a question, and hopefully we can get some guidance. So my experience on previous boards, when public comment is taking place, and this is not particular to tonight, I've seen this happen at a couple of different meetings recently. The concept of people's First Amendment rights and not interfering with that, and understanding what viewpoint discrimination might look like if you ask one person to hurry up but you don't ask someone else to hurry up. I'm hoping that we can get some advice from council, perhaps not tonight, but perhaps we could get some advice to all of our board and commission chair people so that they're sure that they're not even giving an impression that they might have any kind of viewpoint discrimination when people are making public comments. So let people finish. If we're holding public comment, we have a right to limit it to a certain amount of time, certainly. We have a right to not have it on our agenda at all because it's not required that we have public comment. But if we open a public comment session, I just want to make sure everyone understands how to conduct that. So that is my request, I guess, for some future guidance. Thank you.
I mean, I'm happy to do anything if it's, if the board wants me to look into something, so. I mean, I think just, and maybe we can just get a little bit more framework so that I have clear direction. I mean, Sheila, I appreciate how you offer questions often. I think it would be easier if the board, like, if you want me to look into a particular issue, let's raise the question and then assign it to me, and I'll take it from there.
So isn't that,
So we could do that with a motion if we want to make
We
that
can,
a formal part of the town council's update. We
I
have
mean,
the
I just
agenda.
want to understand the
We-
question and that everyone agrees
Yeah,
that
and-
that is something I should
So I
be
would,
providing
I
to
would point you to the last TPZ meeting, and I know you were attending virtually, kind of big up on the screen for a little while, but I don't know that you were there throughout it.
I was.
Couldn't tell from the video because I didn't attend in person. I do think that there is some concerns about people feeling like, is this my opportunity to public comment? And should we just let people say what they want to say? I think that is usually the advice I've gotten in other contexts, but I haven't gotten it here at the town level. So that's what I want to make sure everyone has a common understanding.
we have in the past identified very specifically, we would limit public comment to 3 minutes. We've done
Yep.
that, we've done that for quite some time.
Right, but then you have to do
Particularly
that to
instances-
everyone.
Particularly instances where we have significant number of people so that we can hear as many people as possible. In a situation like today, we don't have that many people. People wanted to go. However, we do need to move the meeting along. So it was a gentle reminder to people to, for example, just using this as an example of what to do. If we want, this is a board thing. It's not an illegal thing. It's, do we want to set specific guidelines and try to stick with them in terms of public comment? It's not a problem. We can do it. I'm happy. All you need to do is provide me input in terms of what you want to do. I'll get it done. We'll make that, we'll time people, and at the end of their 3 minutes, we'll ask them to stop.
well, are
But
you,
what we need to do, what I haven't done, that would help, is to state right from the beginning and make sure people understand coming in that this is a process, this is a policy, this will be. As you know, there will be people who will not adhere to that particular policy, regardless of whether we set it and regardless of what we say. So that's
Right.
just a condition that comes along with that.
Right.
But certainly, there's no issue with setting a limit in terms of what it is and trying to keep it as consistent as possible for all the people who participate.
Well, so
Mika,
I
I've never heard
understand.
us limit, excuse me, Sheila, I've never heard us limit public comment to a subset of the people in the room, which I have observed in other meetings.
No,
And-
when we started, Allison was working a timer.
Yeah.
We had, when we.
But hear what I'm saying.
Oh.
I'm not talking about timing.
Okay.
I'm talking about limiting who can speak.
No, we never
and who.
have.
Exactly. I said
Never
we
have,
as a
yeah.
board have not. Other boards, other commissions have in our town. So to Sheila's question to council, I mean, I would like clarity on that. Is that allowed? Do we have each board and commission have the autonomy who hosts public comment to say, hey, you've already spoken on this matter a month ago, you can't speak on it again? Does that meet the intent of public comment? Is that legally sound? It would be helpful to have some parameters
But
laid
in
out.
hearing what I heard, for example, using the TPC as an example, up front they indicated, if you have ever already spoken, please give someone else an opportunity
was
to
up
speak
front.
before you go, unless there's something else you have to say.
So that wouldn't fall into the term you use, Sheila, of
Viewpoint discrimination.
viewpoint discrimination.
Correct. And so
But
that's
is
the-
that even something you can do?
Yeah, so that's
up
the
to-
piece that I want.
So you're saying yes.
So it is at the discretion of the chair how we're conducting, and we can set a rule and
There's a
say it's
decorum.
always going to be 3 minutes, so it's going to be 2 minutes, so it's going to be 5, whatever we want it to be, but then viewpoint discrimination has to do, I have been told in past experiences by attorneys, that viewpoint discrimination has to do with applying the rules differently to different people. It's either always applied all the way across the board all the time, or it's, you open yourself up to a charge that, hey, it's only because of what I'm saying that you're telling me I need to stop. You let so-and-so continue their entire 5-minute speech. You stop me at 3. It's not fair. It's viewpoint discrimination. So that is the piece that I wanted the attorney to surface for everyone so that we're all aware of it, so we all have a common understanding, not just here, but at other boards and commissions.
By the attorney, you mean me, right?
This
Okay.
attorney,
So-
yes, the attorney in my.
This
in my
sounds like
speaking
a
distance.
very vague question that I cannot give some across the board, here's what you need to do.
Okay.
Like,
So-
it's a case-by-case analysis
The-
where people have said, hey, I have been discriminated because so-and-so did not allow me to get my viewpoint across. Like, every single case
Well,
is
that's
different.
helpful, Nick. That in and of itself, I think, gives me some clarity. Sheila, maybe it's not.
Well,
I-
so I
maybe
have
feel
gotten
differently.
pretty clear advice from other attorneys when I served on the Woodbridge Board of Ed, when I served on the Amity Board of Ed. I will look for, in my notes, what that was. I will send it to the town attorney, and he can take a look.
I've not known there to be an issue. If you feel that there's an issue, obviously just bring it to my attention and we'll react accordingly.
But just a point of clarity, is your preference if we are asked, if one of us is seeking clarity on an issue, to bring it to a vote to ensure that we're all on the same page with the ask? Is that what I heard? I didn't quite understand what you were asking from us when a question is posed.
I think there should be consensus amongst the Board of Selectmen where, when there is a legal question asked of the town attorney, and there's an expectation that an opinion will be forthcoming.
Okay.
In this particular instance, the chair of the committee would generally rule on decorum and what we do in those types of policies. Again, I offer to you, if you feel there's an issue, let me know what it is and we'll act accordingly. If we need to bring Nick in because there's a particular issue that somebody brings up that they might have felt slighted from a legal perspective, we'll bring him in. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Next item on the agenda is the Ordinance Committee update with the Housing Commission ordinance. Steve?
Yes. So as you know, at our September 10th Board of Selectmen meeting, we had a public hearing about the proposed Housing Commission ordinance. We received feedback at the public hearing. The Ordinance Committee then met on September 22nd. We discussed the feedback that we received and agreed that the ordinance should remain as written. We have returned it to the Board of Selectmen for action tonight. So I would make the motion that we adopt the Housing Commission ordinance as it appears in our packet. That shall become effective 30 days from the date of its adoption today, October 8th, 2025.
Second.
So I'm hearing no changes were made after the hearing.
Correct. So it's the same
After
language.
the second hearing.
Yeah, after our hearings of September 10th. So the language remains as it has been seen.
And even following Chairperson Hunter's recommendation of increasing members to 7 to help promote a quorum was her reasoning. Can you just,
Yeah,
I know we've been down this road in the past,
Yeah.
but even after hearing that from many members of the public, including Ms. Hunter, can you help me explain why a change wasn't made?
It was something that we talked at length about and had considered, but so 6 was the number really to accommodate the sort of minority requirements. So that there were, at 6 people, you can have 4 in the majority party and 2 in the minority party. When you move to 7, you can have 5 in the majority party and 2 in the minority party. So we decided to keep that balance of 4 to 2. Otherwise, it gets weighted more heavily towards the majority. We felt that was important. It's something that's come up in a theme in many ways in our 2 years together, and we felt that this was important. So yeah.
I think that was the motive. And honestly, I believe this board is committed to that.
Agreed,
right?
absolutely.
And I think previous boards have just created an echo chamber. And when that happens, we've got a lot of great volunteers in this town. A lot of people. I can't say that there's a volunteer who I think's, well, other than me, that is crazy. But when you make a echo chamber out of your board, because the only litmus test is you agree with our policy, it takes good people and ends up with bad decisions and bad judgment.
So
I think we need real diversity, and I think that a full 1/3 is important.
Okay.
If we, I don't like the double voting of the chairs. But
So
that's
that
a-
came up
that's
in
a charter
public
issue.
hearing too. And a section of our ordinance was referenced, 75-11, if I recorded it correctly in my notes, which addresses a double vote if a tie. And the suggestion in the public hearing was in this ordinance to make a majority agreement the requirement. And if memory serves, I didn't rewatch our hearing, it was said that no other towns really have that language, and perhaps that's why it wasn't reflected after the hearing in this draft we're viewing now. I think that that's valuable to Dave's point, and as it's come up several times in the past, yes, we've been better at making more politically diverse appointments, but that's us right here and now. And I do think in this particular case, given the fact that of what they're charged with and the impact it has, that fostering or requiring a majority agreement would really be a good thing. It would help foster communication and transparency and productivity. And if there's not consensus, then okay, what do we need to get to consensus? These are big decisions that they're putting forth to the Board of Selectmen, and that are rooted really in state statute in a lot of ways. So that is a point that I would like to see reflected in this ordinance.
I'll just offer, the 75-11 applies to all of the commission, so it grants that additional vote. So that the chairperson of each board and commission is entitled to an additional vote as chairperson to break a tie. So that applies to everyone. And that is something we could discuss in a charter revision if that's appropriate. And I think, Dave made great points throughout that the chairperson, if there's a tie, they really should be bringing that back for discussion. This is an advisory commission, that's going to be advising the Board of Selectmen. They should really be working it out.
Yeah.
I know we can't decide that on this, but the reason we didn't include it in the ordinance is that the charter is putting that out for all of the commissions. And I think if we want to bring it up, it's absolutely something we can consider in charter revision to say, to put some stipulations on that 75-11, look at it. But that's how we landed there.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
And I would say I wholeheartedly agree with you and all the sentiments you expressed, and for the reasons that you expressed them. But I think that it should be dealt with actually in the broader sense and apply to all of the boards and commissions.
Yeah.
Not call
I
out
agree with
this
that.
particular one. And so, and I think, we discussed it and going forward with this and then taking that 75-11 as perhaps one of the points that we bring up in the charter revision process to have the commission look at is something that I would wholeheartedly support as well.
Any other comments, questions?
No, I have a comment, but it's not relevant.
When does that
Talking there,
Now,
All right, with that then,
Help me to understand the process, and for everybody perhaps to understand the process moving forward. Should we vote on this here and now?
So what will happen, this, also per our charter, when an ordinance is passed, it becomes effective within 30 days. So 30 days time, this becomes a part of our charter, or the ordinance becomes effective. I would suggest, since that 30 days from now is November, that there will be a new commission that needs to be appointed. So the people who are on the housing committee right now do not become the commission. We need to appoint the commission in the appropriate and regular commission appointing process. And I would suggest that happens. It's not part of this motion and this action, but I would suggest that happens in December when commissions are appointed. We are going to do, commissions come up, and that's the appropriate time. We, in a separate action, I believe, and I want to defer to Nick because I don't think we've talked about this in a little bit, but if I recall correctly, sunsetting the housing committee would be a separate action.
Sorry.
I believe they're already
we have it set to happen.
they're not sunsetted yet. We voted to sunset them at the end of December,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
So
I thought it was
September 14th. Their terms have ended.
We extended that, though.
We did extend
To
it. from-
September 14th,
Yeah,
2025.
it was July.
We'll check the
So
records
we'll-
on that, but
So we will need to, we will need to appoint a new commission. There's no automatic continuation. I've made sure that the existing committee members know that. And so we will need to do that in, I would say, normal. We could do, we're not required to do it in November, at our November meeting. We could choose to do that. But we're not required to appoint the commission immediately. So for now, it would just go into effect in 30 days. We will eventually need to take action to appoint the commission members.
And what does it mean, if anything, for our draft affordable housing plan that is?
we're gonna have the chair of the housing committee come in and give us, and the members of the housing committee come in and give us the,
It is a separate thing.
It is a separate thing, I understand, but this ordinance charges the commission with that, and
Yeah, they will be required, it's part of their
it's
charges to
weird to
continue
me,
updating.
yeah. It's weird
So-
to me that we haven't reviewed that plan yet as a board, and that even on Monday night, it was said it was what informed the POCD. So all the more reason why we need the commission to hold the ad hoc committee accountable, because things are not happening in the way that they should. So I'm eager to see this as a commission. I look forward to making appointments. I wish some of the public hearing was reflected, some of the comments in the public hearing was reflected in what we're seeing now. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, if we did, if as our memory has said, or if I always trust Sheila when she comes up with a date, it's always right. But if they expired a month ago, we don't have a commission. We don't have a committee right now. That's just, I don't know how we
David,
deal with that.
I can tell you how to deal with it. I can reinstate the committee from an ad hoc perspective.
Yeah.
So
That's how I
But not
can-
if we
that's how
have
we
a
do it.
commission
their
established.
terms expired, the committee exists, but there's
Correct.
no one
No one's on it.
serving
And
on
the term of any, we use the same things we use for the commission, and the terms of any commission member indicates that their commission ends at a particular time or until a replacement is found.
Right,
That's
but-
what the terms indicate.
Right.
But that's
So-
for a standing commission, the one that we're about to create, and I'm very much in favor
No,
of getting
it-
to the vote on this, but those commissions have that rule, ad hocs. We
For the ad
voted.
hocs, we have been treating the ad hocs as commissions. We have them do minutes, we have them operate as if they were in the same format and framework as a commission. That's what we've been doing.
But in the
How do they
charge
operate
itself that we adopted last September, the term limit was set there, and there was no provision that says you continue until reassigned. I don't want to argue about it
Yeah.
now. Let's move the question.
Yeah.
Let's just make a commission and
Yeah.
Okay.
then we can get going.
And I guess one last comment before we bring this to the vote, at least for me, is we had discussed in one other ordinance commission agenda at a different meeting, the topic of whether or not it's appropriate for a member of the Housing Commission to also be serving on TPZ. I have made my opinion on that very clear, that I do not believe that's appropriate, and I wanted language that said that.
Yeah.
And
I
in
can
that
accept that,
discussion, it came up that charter revision. So just wanting that out there again.
Wait, what? Charter revision
yes.
for that?
Yes, so yes, we did discuss.
This is an ordinance.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, this
It-
is
it-
why, Sheila, please,
Okay.
please, yes, we did
Let
discuss
me
this.
know what's going on,
yes.
please.
So we did discuss this in our meeting about this, and also at the ordinance level. There was a request, do we want to restrict membership within the ordinance?
I remember that discussion.
And
Yes.
what we talked about was that really this should be at the charter level, and that the TPZ could be considered similar to the Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen, in that they should not serve on other town commissions. So it's section 7-6,
Yeah.
where Board of Finance is prohibited from serving on other boards. So when we take up charter revision.
So this is an ordinance committee report we're getting here, or are we talking
This
about
is-
the
this-
meeting
this
that I
is-
was at?
this
And I
is-
can
no,
tell you what I
no,
remember
This is about
meeting.
this is about this commission The housing
I was
commission-
part of that conversation, so it could not
Yes.
have been an ordinance
It was a
committee.
commission,
Yeah.
we discussed
So
it.
here, we discussed that it is in the purview of the Board of Selectmen to make appointments as they see fit.
Correct.
We had all discussed, and I asked the town attorney at the time if he would weigh in on it as well. That's the conversation we had. We did not reference changing charter because we have the power to do it in ordinance. If we need to go that route, we should be doing it right now. I don't think we need to go either route. I think the Board of Selectmen and the future boards of selectmen should keep in mind that they do not want to appoint to both commissions, and then just don't appoint it. I don't think you need a rule in the charter. I think it's
I
common
disagree.
sense.
It is common sense, but look at what happened. Look at what happened.
We
Pick it up
We
in
don't have a
the-
lot of common sense.
we did
So,
indeed discuss
I
it from a
agree.
charter
I think it
perspective.
All right,
at
so
the
when we
end.
get to charter
So-
revision discussion, I do want to talk about some of the issues there.
Okay.
It's not in this, and we can't put it in this tonight unless we're going to stop and go all the way back to public hearing. So we got a motion and a second, and let's move the question.
Any other comments or questions?
Not relevant to the vote.
Okay.
All those in favor? Motion carries.
All right, thank you, everyone. I do have a couple more items on.
Commission in limbo.
Unanimous,
Something
Mr.
to do
Well
with
done,
the
well done,
map
thank you.
and the-
Thanks,
Way
I
to go.
appreciate it.
Good for you.
And less so that a process wasn't moving
All right, we'll move
forward
on
as
to our
it should.
next.
I do have a couple more items
Please.
in the ordinance
Yes,
update.
thank you.
So just
Well, thank you for all of your ordinance subcommittee's time on this. I know this has been a long time coming, so
Thank you.
I hope you feel relief.
I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone's work on this. So thank you. And all the public comment we got. And it's been it's a really worthwhile discussion, and I appreciate it.
And I think it made it better.
Yes. I will note as an additional update, so at our meeting, in addition to recommending this go forward as it was, which is just passed, thank you, we did discuss a few other needs for the ordinance commission, and there's more to come as well, but we discussed a purchasing ordinance. There is the contract bidding state law has changed. We discussed whether we need to change our practices, and so I think we'll have something coming in the future from Tony in terms of recommendation with our purchasing policies and to try to update. We currently have a threshold of $10,000 per our town ordinance for a max purchase without going to bid. And if I remember right, we've got the state law allows for $35,000 now. And so we've got some old language that might need updating to facilitate action from our town staff on purchasing. So I think Tony's working on putting the policies together, and we might have action in the future. So just wanted you all to be aware of that. We also discussed tax programs, elderly, and we have existing elderly and disabled tax relief program. And we've talked about how this can be expanded, understanding that people need reliability in their taxes, particularly those on fixed income. I think we might have some action at our next ordinance meeting to look at in terms of options there, but we had a little bit of discussion about tax abatement options. But we didn't have anything to bring at this point.
For clarity, would that be a separate ordinance, a new ordinance, or?
Separate from the purchasing.
There would be,
Well, separate from the elderly aid?
there are two different
to be
ordinances that would be
Okay.
required. One would be amending our existing ordinance for elderly tax relief. That keep me honest. And the second would be with regards to anything we might do as relates to the homestead exemption, which would be something entirely different and new
Okay,
that we would have.
thank you for clarifying.
So, and as far as that one is concerned, there are a lot of different moving parts associated with that. It's not only a matter of putting in something in place like the elderly tax, because this is something that changes that impacts on the assessment values that the town considers. So there's much calculation that needs to go into that. And you also have to decide, okay, once it's in, do you keep it just for the term of the existing reval? Every 5 years you're looking at it again type thing. So those are all the types of things that we're looking at this point in time as relates to that, along with the math that goes along with that. The intent is obviously, after having made the decision that we did in regards to the budget, in regards to the reval and not doing phasing, we identified that there was opportunities where we can make an impact, a tangible impact in terms of what people pay. So with the reval, one of the big issues with the reval is at the end of the day, after 5 years, you pay what you were going to pay. What changes is how much you pay over the course of time. But what you, generally speaking,
That's
you
what
would
the
pay.
phasing you mean.
Correct. So what we were looking at, and the reason I felt that this was very important to go after was specifically because this could actually provide relief. So at the end of 5 years, you pay different than what you're paying here and now. And I think that's something that's valuable, that's needed, and that's one of the reasons we're looking at doing it the way we are at this point.
Well, public comment brought up a potential concern. I'm not knowledgeable enough. I need to learn a lot more on this and get information about where all of your head is at beyond what you just said.
You will.
But
yeah.
Okay. I hope whatever was brought up in the public comment is
Heard and acknowledged.
okay.
And also, the last thing with regard to that, it's not something that happens in midstream. So it's not something we can apply right now, as the mill rate has already been set.
What's not?
The Homestead Act, the relief, or the tax relief, or the elderly tax relief. So it's what we're preparing for is the next budget, is for the next budget year, is when it would be implemented and how it would be implemented. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, on that.
Right.
It cannot.
Right.
It cannot happen unless it's timed with budget planning and budget approvals.
I'll just jump in
That's what
here.
I just heard. Did I hear that correctly? And is that true?
Essentially, yes, it's correct,
Okay.
because the tax assessments of property, the tax year starts October 1st. So every October 1st is the tax date. And if there's any changes legally on how those taxes are assessed, or what kind of credit is going to apply, or what sort of relief, that has to all be put into place prior to that October 1st date.
So we've missed the deadline for next year already.
By a week?
Not for next year.
No.
This
Wait,
October
just threw me
1st
off.
is the grand list that will come to us
For
February
27.
1st. And tax bills will go out for payable
Yeah.
July. So October 1st this year has already happened.
For example, for the elderly tax credits, they have until February. I believe it's until February to apply for them.
Right, but the assessment, as Nick was saying, it's the property that's going to be assessed as of October 1, you would have had to explain what your assessment rationale is. Is that what you said, Nick? October 1?
October 1st is the assessment date, correct?
Right. So the only one we can impact is next October 1st, because we didn't impact this October 1st. And when I say we, I mean you all.
In terms of the concept, the tax relief that's being discussed here, yes. I mean, I only
Okay.
say that because there's other avenues in the law to
Yep.
more directly impact specific individuals or.
Yep, no, just the
But no,
assessment piece.
So there will be
if we're talking townwide, we're talking October 1st is the assessment date.
Right, so we have no ability to affect the 2026-27 fiscal year, right? Because we've
If we're
already
trying to
passed
assess
October 1st,
differently,
which would have
yes.
applied
We are looking into exactly what we can do with that data. We're working with the.
So that's unclear.
To me, right now, it's unclear from my perspective. One of the reasons we haven't been presenting it to you as it stands.
You could certainly adjust the elderly tax credit.
Correct.
That's not a change to the assessment.
That's a
different issue.
Anything that
Nothing.
touches
Yeah.
assessment.
So I think we're
That's
talking about the
so
homestead.
tiny it's
we're talking about
nothing.
the
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about the seniors are gonna move away and the 57 kids that are gonna move into town next year because they wanna go to school here.
So,
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, and the one other item, which you'll see later, we did discuss the Lucy Street situation, and as you see on our agenda later, we actually have ordinance language, a draft ordinance language from Nick. So we didn't have that draft ordinance language at our ordinance meeting. We discussed it in general terms, and Nick was having it prepared, and it is in our packet. So it's agenda item number 10 tonight, so we will look at it, and undoubtedly, we will talk about it at our next ordinance meeting, and probably then again at a future Board of Selectmen meeting. So that's our ordinance update. No need to continue on that topic, on that item, since it's later in our agenda.
Can I ask a quick question, or actually just renew a previous request. So I didn't see the minutes for your ordinance meeting that happened on September 22nd. And to the extent that minutes help people understand what's happening, that's great. The other thing that really helps people understand what is being discussed in an ordinance committee is a camera in the room. I know that you've been meeting in the back room there, but that seems to be wired up with cameras. And my request I will renew now that we have that system is just turn it on, hit the button, let it record, put it out on YouTube so people who can't attend or don't want to attend can refresh, can scrub through it, see what's going on, see the conversation, see all the nuance. It will benefit us when we get to the meeting, as well as it will allow the public to know before it comes to public hearing that they have an opportunity, especially if you add public comment to your meeting agenda, which I don't see, but adding public comment to ordinance committee and then broadcasting those meetings helps the public become informed and come to you with ideas while it's still timely. We don't need to hold a public hearing and then find out, oh, there were so many good points, but if we open it back up, we've taken 2 steps backwards. So just for the sake of moving things forward, I'd like to see that happen. I'll just renew that request.
Would that hold true for personnel committee as well?
There would be
That would
probably
be harder,
some
right?
items that
Because
belong
that's
in executive
sensitive
session there.
information.
But, so anything that belongs in executive session, you would go into
We're
executive
not,
session.
we're not picking and choosing necessarily. It would be a little bit more sensitive as relates to personnel. But the reality of the situation, we have an opportunity when we're doing budget to determine we want to put more money in the budget to allow us to do more filming. I can tell you we're over budget in the filming, which is the reason we sometimes don't do all of the meetings.
Right, but we did get the equipment, and so you can.
It's not a matter of technology, again, it's a matter of the budget. If we want to put
So
more
you don't
money in
need
the
a
budget.
camera person to record the room.
No, we do. In instances, they set it up, they put it in there, not everyone.
Yeah,
is
so I'm not
familiar
talking
with it,
about bringing one of these cameras, I'm talking about using the camera that's on that big display. That's for use in WebEx or whatever it is we're using. Just run a WebEx meeting and hit record. Now you've got a video, you guys can burn it to YouTube. You
And
don't
again,
need personnel.
Converting it to YouTube, whatever, all I'm saying is, fine, we can discuss it, we can have it, it's
Well, you
as
send
much
me
a
the
ju-
file and I'll put it on
It's as much a budget item
YouTube.
as anything else. Tony, if I'm not mistaken, we were over budget in terms of our,
We were and we are.
we are.
But we did get the equipment for that room from a grant for government access, is that right?
did.
That equipment was a government
Correct.
access grant.
Correct.
And to my knowledge, we haven't recorded any meetings that have ended up on our government access channel with that equipment, and we probably
got-
should.
We
Well,
got
use
the.
WebEx in that room.
What
Yeah.
we use it for is primarily for meetings where we have, whether it's
So again,
Teams. or
government
whatever.
access is
So,
government access, not just WebEx and then you delete the file afterwards. or
happy
you
to take it up
retain
during budget season, thank you.
Well, we could send it to Government Access Television Commission if we repopulate it. That one's in the ordinance as an existing commission, and it should be populated. I'll just renew that request
Make
too.
it let-
I'm just renewing all my, I'm recycling them all now.
Just so
Sorry.
I'm clear on what you said that, I think I heard you say that for the next tax year, you're considering some kind of change in the methodology. Is that correct? For
We're considering
effective,
we're looking at the Homestead Act to see exactly what kind of impact it can have for our taxpayers, yes, if that's what you're asking.
that's just, that's a mathematical equation, isn't it, Tony? Just,
I wish it were, David, but so far the people who I'm talking to, being the assessor and the finance people who we deal with in
QDS.
QDS, yeah.
and our attorneys, it's a little bit more involved than just the math equation.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
can-
also understanding the parameters as to what we can do, so.
So there's
That
no
was-
motion on the table, right?
There is no
That was
motion
just
on the
an
table. We're
update.
actually.
Yeah, it was just an
Okay.
update. It was just providing an update from our meeting, so we'll.
Next item on the agenda is the Warner Elderly Housing. Lucy Street.
charter
Oh, I'm sorry,
revision.
charter revision, excuse me, number 8. Steve, you want to?
Yeah, so, well, to start, I'd like to call for a motion to act on the resolution, the initiation of the charter revision process. I'm going to read the resolution. Whereas the Woodbridge Town Charter is the organic law of the municipality, and whereas Section 7-188 of the Connecticut General Statutes authorizes a municipality to revise its charter pursuant to a process authorized by statute, and whereas pursuant to Section 7-187 of the Connecticut General Statutes, the authority authorized to appoint a charter revision commission and commence the process is the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Selectmen hereby authorizes initiation of the charter revision process. The commission shall consist of 7 members, not more than 1/3 of whom may hold any other public office in the town of Woodbridge, and not more than a bare majority of whom shall be members of any one political party.
So moved.
Second.
Any
Discussion?
discussion,
Yeah.
comments, or questions?
Certainly there are.
I think there were, yeah, I would guess so.
Just a little concerned about the silence.
So I was just
Yeah, are you going to reference the timeline document?
So, as you know, yes, we've shared in there the memorandum that Nick put together for us that sort of outlines the process, and with that, because I thought it would be helpful to look at what that means in terms of a timeline, and so that anyone who might serve on this could see a general timeline. I don't want to start at the end, but I think part of me for this feels that if we're going to a charter revision, ultimately any revision to the charter does need to be voted on. There is no question about this. This needs to be voted on by the town. So the commission will make recommendations.
As a referendum.
Yes, it is a referendum, and I think the best time for that to happen.
Or a regular vote, not a referendum.
Yeah, it can happen at the November election. The November election, we get wonderful turnout in Woodbridge. It's a great thing. Our voters participate, and particularly at our major elections. And I think November is the right time for that to happen, as opposed to a random day in a random month that people don't usually vote. And, I looked at what's happened in other towns. There's at least 4 towns that have it on this year, 2025 November election. And they all started within, they had their first meetings between August and January 2024 to 2025. I think this is a reasonable time frame to do this work. The very first thing that happens after we would appoint a commission is that commission has to have a public hearing. Before they've done substantial work, they need to have a public hearing to receive input from the public as to what they would like to see.
So Steve, let me just ask you,
Sure.
because this charter revision timeline wasn't updated, and it says at the September 10th regular
It's
meeting, is that correct?
So
we
I've made an update, but I didn't share it. So yes.
Maybe a
Okay.
month off.
So my concern
Or a
here
month
is
behind,
that
month
we
off.
actually don't have time to do it, even if we had used
Yes.
the unrevised timeline that was in our packet in
I-
September. Because I think the piece that you're missing, well, there's actually a couple of pieces, including in that resolution, that I think might be missing. But I think that to get on a ballot this year, if we had wanted it on the November 3rd ballot, I think it was September 5th that was the deadline to get it to the town clerk.
Yeah.
And we're projecting September 8th.
It could be sooner. So
this is already starting not on time and needs to stop sooner, a month sooner. And my concern here is that this is rushing the process. So I think I said it last time. I do understand the need to have it at the regular election so that you have a different threshold for approval. The problem they had in Orange is they tried to have a special vote on it and it didn't pass because you didn't get enough turnout. You won't have the turnout problem if you do it in November, but I don't think November of '26 is realistic. I'd like this board, if this board is going to be initiating, or the next board, if that board is going to be initiating, to give this the proper amount of time. I think, and I'm looking forward to the discussion on what we're putting on charter revision, because my understanding is that we need to let that be known so people can circulate petitions in the 30 days after we initiate to add additional things. So I think we should say.
We do not.
So the statute does not require us to make a charge. We can add a charge. We can add recommendations.
Well,
but
some of us have been on the record saying what we want in charter
no
revision.
no doubt. We all
Just
have
a
things.
quick
And-
question. If we decide to, are we limited to 30 days to do it?
So We
Did you-
must.
It's really tonight.
Yes, we must appoint a commission within 30 days of initiating.
Correct,
So,
but if we were to give that appointed commission a charge, I guess we'd have to do it at that time.
so we
Yeah.
could do it at the time that we appoint the commission, and just to understand, the commission does not have to follow our charge. So we
Understood.
can
Well, they
make
do.
that-
They, anything
No.
that we put, the Board of Selectmen asks to be in the report, has to be in the report. They
Yes,
can
in the,
add.
in the report, but they don't have to.
They
act,
can
they don't
add.
have to act on that. So, but the first thing that they need to do, rather than setting a schedule, is have a public hearing before they do what they have it termed in there as substantial work. Is they have to have a public hearing. So that's when the public would get a chance to say all the things that they would like, and we know the public is
So
interested in
you're
it.
looking to have that public hearing in December?
I would say that throughout, that's my interest. I wrote in the previous timeline, November or December, that's when they would have their first public hearing. I think that is still
So,
possible.
I think we've heard a lot from the public that December public hearings are quite problematic.
I've heard every public.
I certainly heard
every month,
TPZ
on
say
any
they're
day.
going to try to avoid it.
Every day.
Right.
I have yet to hear what is a good day.
Well, so
for a public
and
hearing.
that's why I think we should take our time,
Well,
or the Board of
yes.
Selectmen should take its time.
I
So
think
don't
what-
rush
I wanna
this
give David a
process
Oh, sure. That's
because the
respectful.
date by which you want your report in does have to be transmitted to the commission when they start their work. So you need to cement down this date.
Yes.
And we haven't even discussed it tonight.
I will get there gladly. Yes, Dave.
Got a question about the end date that we're starting with and working back from. What is the number, or what is the number of people that are required to vote on this to accept it?
So first, the commission will make a recommendation, but the commission size can be 5 to 15.
I'm asking about when we get to the November election. Why are we doing it in the November election? You said something about the necessary number of votes it takes. What is there anything? I mean, if 5 people show up and 4 of them vote for it, does it pass? I don't,
What I was getting at is I'd like the most people who will vote, in an election to vote on this, as opposed to a referendum. When we have the budget.
I'd rather have
referendum-
the most people who would put input into it,
input will
than
happen
to
during the
actually
input,
vote on
right.
it.
Yeah.
We don't seem to care about how many people vote on our budget, because every year, it
Well, we
seems
can
like
take
we
that up
try
in
to
charter
try to keep anybody from
Looking
voting.
forward to it.
Take it up in charter revision is what I
Right,
would say.
so, but don't we have a big vote for Amity budget? I don't know what the turnout is for that, but.
It's like
I think
700 people.
I think it's-
Okay.
That does not make the 15%.
May.
The turnout is very
Right?
low for that. It's May. Yeah, and the
We're
turnout is
looking
very
for
low.
looking to maximize the number of people who cast a ballot.
So do we have a goal? Is it
Yes, it's 917.
917 people we need to vote on it? Is that correct?
If we do it.
That was my question.
If we do
Yeah,
it in a special referendum, if we put it onto the regular election, then we don't have that threshold of 15% of voters.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And we make that
And
threshold.
it's a big enough thing that I think November is the appropriate time. If we're making a big decision about the town and the charter revision, and I'll say that we haven't done charter revision in some time, because I looked at what other towns are doing, there are some towns who do it far more frequently. So, it's not unreasonable to have this updated, which is also one of the reasons, Sheila, why I don't think I don't think this constitutes rushing it, having looked at what other towns have done. This has been completed in a year by a number of towns.
But we're giving them
and I
less
don't
than a
think this-
year.
what's that?
We're giving them, so essentially before Labor Day, they
yes.
have to be done.
Well, yes, I'm saying the entire process,
that's
from
8 months.
initiation to the vote has been a year in other towns. So I think this is reasonable to achieve. I don't think it's unreasonable. And so in adjusting the timeline, I'd say, we would need to appoint a commission within 30 days. And I think that could happen at a special meeting later this month, at the last Wednesday of the month, on the 29th. And that sticks with the same time. And at that time, we would set a date for the submission of the draft report. I would suggest that date is May 15th. It can be earlier than that, but I think having the first hearing for this, the public hearing for this in November or December, in this case it would probably be December, is reasonable.
So you cut a month off there. In the draft timeline, we said May 15th, but
Yeah.
we were starting a month earlier, so now we've cut
Well,
another
I think
month.
it actually will end up starting, I wrote November or December, date to be determined for their first public hearing. So I allowed for that time. This could still happen, their first public hearing could happen in December, and the timeline could remain.
All right, so I understand, tonight we have a motion to start, and this motion requires what in order to pass? How many votes?
It requires 4 votes, so this cannot be broken by a tie. This requires 4 votes to pass.
Right.
So if we have 3 votes, it does not pass. If we have 4 votes, it passes.
And as an alternative, we could take our time and put this on the agenda in November, when we have, and I would prefer, if I have any say in this, I would prefer that we have a very tight list of items we want looked at. Because we've heard a lot of people make statements about what they want to see. Do they want to see TPZ elected? Do they want to see Board of Finance elected? There is an option to create an ability to send the town budget to referendum all the time, or only when the increase is going to exceed 3%, 4%, 5%. So there's a lot of different nuances here. I think the Board of Selectmen does owe it to the public to put forward their ideas, but we haven't even begun to discuss them.
Well, we
I
haven't
think they're two
discussed them.
separate things, though. Starting the process and then our input as to what we would like to see done is something that happens after we would start this. After
After
we would
within
start
30
this
days.
process, I don't think that.
If we were to approve
well, we're
this.
appointing people in 30 days. and
No, I
then-
think we're done.
A concern of mine
30
with
days.
appointing within 30 days from today is there might be people I would consider appointing that are running for our elections, and if serving, if elected, might not be able to serve, or if not elected, would be able to be appointed. So that's something I'm struggling to reconcile is,
Yeah.
well, I think I just articulated it.
So
I don't
can
need
we
to
get
repeat
a-
myself.
Right, so people
Can
who
we get
cannot
an
serve.
understanding
the-
first before we go on to that?
Okay,
'cause that's an
sorry.
important
Yeah.
question, and I like where you're going there. But before that, can we have an understanding of when we would have to give a list of items to this commission? If we were to approve it tonight, do we have just 30 days to give them the list?
I would recommend providing the list at the time you make the appointments. Yes.
So 30 days.
Correct.
Okay.
And
So
Sheila's
I think
point-
we need more than 30 days to figure this out, because we need an initial discussion. I wasn't prepared. I did just see this 24
Yeah,
hours
I
ago,
wasn't
essentially,
prepared
so.
with the list
It was
either,
on-
though I could,
I
It
want
was
more
on,
time.
we've notified both parties in regards to the need for this, and it was on the list last year. It was on the agenda last month, so everyone's been made aware of
I
it. The
still
same
don't have the
material was there.
timeline updated, though.
So-
So Steve is saying
don't
he's
think
got an
that that's-
The
updated
other thing to
timeline, and
consider
I
is,
haven't seen
To
it.
your
It's a
point,
sample timeline.
you want to maximize the number
haven't
of
seen
people
this
who have an
yet.
opportunity to vote on this, and if we do wait, we are pretty much ruling out, to your point, Sheila, that if we wait until November or December at that point in time, you're not making the November.
I don't think
November.
even if we
So-
did it tonight, we
yeah,
are not
and-
making
well,
that.
so to that
I'll be like
point,
Matt, and I'll make a prediction
Steve,
for
you
you.
mentioned you've seen a lot of towns do charter revisions in this timeline. I don't know if you determined this, but if so, can you answer how, for those towns, when was the last time they revised their charter?
It varies.
It varies.
It's-
So I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't done this in a while. I feel like there's a lot that needs to be addressed in our charter, a lot. And Sheila gave two good examples of, even within one or two of those things, there are a lot of nuances to work through. And I'm skeptical of our ability. I would love this timeline to be real, and I don't mean to discredit the research you've done or your optimism. Perhaps I'm just less of an optimist. I don't know that with all that, at least I think, needs to be addressed, that it would be giving it sufficient time to navigate those nuances and address everything.
I think this is something that the community, for many, many different reasons, a lot of which we've spoken about tonight and we've spoken about at other meetings, I think there's concern in the community that there should be some updates to our charter in a lot of different places. It's something we've heard. It's something that I think all of us on this board took to heart and put in the budget as a statement of, yes, we absolutely agree that this needs to happen. And I hear the concerns about the sample timeline and the work that needs to be done to be able to move this forward. And this is going to be a substantial amount of work. But I do have faith that people have wanted this for so long that there is going to be interest in doing this and interest in also moving this along and getting this work done. And I don't think things get done by continuously delaying them. If we're concerned about a timeline and we're concerned about the amount of work, we should get moving on this. And to the point, we have had this on the agenda in the past, and it has gotten moved. And I think the idea of, oh, we just can't possibly do all this work, we need to keep putting it off, is not a reason to not do the work that the people of Woodbridge have asked us to do.
I appreciate that expression, and I don't think that's what's being said. I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that, Maria. I am super eager to see the charter revision acted on, and I appreciate the intent of, yeah, stop kicking the can, let's roll up our sleeves and do it. Absolutely, I get that. And I am a firm believer of if you're going to do something, especially if it's something you haven't been afforded the opportunity to do or budgeted to do for a long time, to set yourself up for success, to do it right, to do it well. My version of that success is having enough built-in time, to do it, to have opportunity to appoint people with greater clarity on who's available for appointments in the context of our upcoming election, and appointments that will follow that, and to promote cohesion. And I know maybe this has come up before, but I've thought about this, that if we are appointing in 30 days, a new board is coming in. There might be some of us retained, but a new board is coming in. And not to discredit that board's ability to take on our appointments, but I just feel like by principle, it would be best to promote cohesion, to give the new board the autonomy, to manage those appointments, foster those relationships and expectations together from day one. Like, to me, that helps set this process up for success. So I'm with you on the urgency, I'm with you on the need, I'm with you that we budgeted for this. Waiting a month or two to do it doesn't, I don't think, prevent us from tapping into what we budgeted, and I think for those reasons sets us up for greater success.
Well, the new board will also take on the board and commission positions that have not expired as well. So
that's true.
They will have to.
That's true.
Now, I'm struggling with the whole thing because primarily where we are, I mean, we're in mid-election campaigning, and I think any action that we take that's significant like this is going to be perhaps viewed as either tainted or with suspicion, given all of the stuff we've heard from the public.
When did you start this work?
Well, we received the memo from Nick at the end of June or beginning of July, and so that was shared for our July meeting. So we had budgeted it, and we received the memo.
And
from
each
Nick
time we talked about January.
Well,
Yes, each time I talked about January,
Yeah.
and you all looked
Yeah.
like you were engaging and understanding what I
Yeah.
was
I
saying.
understood
I'll say it
what you said. I
again.
didn't
I'll
agree.
say it again tonight. Even though that means that I will not be on the board that is going to charge. So I do think that your timeline here, it's pretty key. You've got a couple of, if there's a second hearing, then it pushes it back another few days or another few weeks. You're out of time. You won't have this done before Labor Day.
Well, so we will.
won't.
If you look at this again, remember, these are by
Well, you
dates.
have a different timeline than I
No,
have.
I don't have a
so-
different. The only thing I adjusted was our October and September and October dates. Everything from November, December 2025 having the first hearing is the same.
Okay, so
That's
the one
only
that, the
thing
bullet
that's
that says
adjusted.
by August 9th, Board of
August-
Selectmen shall approve or reject all or
Yes.
portion of the charter revisions,
Yes.
and there's a sub-bullet, or
By-
by August 23rd if a second hearing is held on June 24th.
Yes. So that's before Labor Day, both those dates. So that's what would be done.
Well, no,
So,
because
yes.
you have publication of the charter September
Yes,
8th. That
and
has to
again, that's
happen.
by September 8th. So they have to be done within. So the way the law
I
has
do
states it out,
think you're
you have to do
rushing
it.
this, and we don't
I
have
heard you.
anywhere in this timeline
Yes.
that there can be a petition. If we were to start tonight, you start the clock for the petition as well. You're going to have, I'm guessing, members of the public out there
So the petition.
rushing around a petition.
The petition is a different, it does happen, and it's later in the process. It's sort of.
Well, no, I think it can happen right away as soon as we initiate. Am I correct about that?
No.
From a legal standpoint?
The petition happens, if you look at the memo, it's, I want to look back at how it says, but it's after we either vote to approve or reject.
No. Adding to items to charter revision.
That
There's
happens.
a
That's not
procedure.
petition. That happens at the public hearing.
No, there can also be a petition.
This happens at the no.
To add items to charter revision. You can,
Adding
a
items to-
petition can start charter revision, right?
No. This starts charter revision. We initiate charter revision,
The
and the very
legislative
first thing
body
they need to
starts charter
do.
revision.
The
Okay,
very
and
first thing they need to do is have a
Can a petition
hearing.
add items to the charter revision?
I don't understand what that means, add items to the charter revision.
Add
What
as a
the
public
law
hearing.
allows is for this board, as the legislative body for these purposes, to initiate, which is being discussed today, to appoint and to provide recommendations for what the commission should consider. They do need to take those recommendations into account, and then that commission is off to the races. They hold their public hearing, they conduct their, they work the issues as they see them. So there isn't some grand list that that's the public input process in front of the commission.
Okay.
Are you asking, am I missing something?
I'm asking if there's an ability of townspeople to circulate a petition that's properly formed so that they can have items added to the work of the Charter Revision Commission.
Just in the fact that they'd be added, doesn't that mean that there has to be that already? So you wouldn't start that today, because you don't know what's going to be on that document as to
Well, that's
whether
what
or
I'm
not you have
saying.
to add.
If we were to approve this resolution tonight and we don't say what's on it, people who have, a real interest in electing the Board of Finance, they're going to start circulating a petition.
They don't need a petition. The process is that the commission holds a hearing before any substantive work commences to receive input from the community on what they would like to see in charter revision. That is what the process is. There's not a petition process.
But there is a,
No.
am I wrong?
You're
There's
right.
no petition
Correct.
process?
There is, not for the context you're talking about.
No.
Okay.
If you look at step 7 on Nick's memorandum that he sent us, this happens after a rejection of a. If the Board of Selectmen were to reject the report or the recommendations of the commission, there would be an opportunity for the people, for not less than 10, I think it's got to be at least 10% of the town to petition for a referendum. So maybe to move forward with the recommendations of the commission. So that's step 7 in the memorandum. But in terms of there being items to consider, everyone should come to that hearing and say, here's what I would like to have on there. And we, as a Board of Selectmen, we do not have to create a charge. I think we should, but we don't have to. The statute does not require us to. We could all show up at that public hearing and say, here's the things that I'd like to do on there. I recommend that we do, but
Is the Board of Selectmen member a liaison between?
no, and no member of the Board of Selectmen nor Board of Finance can serve on this.
Yeah.
And again, I think no more than 1/3 of the membership can be on any other commission. So we can't have. So for example, if we go forward with a commission of 7, we can have no more than 2 people serve on other commissions. So whether that was conservation or.
But we still are bound by the fact that Board of Finance and Board of Selectmen can't have a member on it,
cannot
right?
serve. Correct.
Okay.
Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance cannot serve.
I just want to know Maria, you said there's a lot of people wanted it for a long time. I wanted charter revision when I joined the board in 2021. Jerry Weiner didn't want any of it. Nothing. No, not necessary. Absolutely zero interest. And I got to say, I kind of feel like we should have done this a year ago, not now, because it feels like, why right before an election do we want to get involved with something that probably is certainly going to be mainly the provenance of the next board, not this board. I won't be on it. Sheila won't be on it, but I'm not seeing the need to rush now if we missed the ball If we missed the boat, we missed the boat.
The opportune time for us to have it voted on would be November.
I get that. I get that. But you know what?
If we do it now, we can still make that happen. That's the reason.
You know,
David, I hear you.
I get it.
So I think-
But listen, if that's the worst outcome, I think it would,
Listen, yeah.
politically,
Well, for what it's worth, yeah.
there's a lot of junk out there right now, and I don't like any of it, and I don't even want to be tainted, or I didn't like last year when we rushed things through with the last meeting before an election. I don't like it this year. I don't care what it is. I just don't like it. I think it looks like a politically expedient act.
David, we've been discussing this since June and July.
I
So
know,
it's
and
not
most of the
something-
time we discussed it, we
nobody-
said January.
Nobody,
but
no,
I
yes, you may
suggested a
have, Sheila may
timeline,
have,
yes.
but nobody has, this isn't something we're just bringing up now and trying to push through at all.
What
We're
has-
trying not to kick the can down the road the way we have for the last 3 or 4
Right.
months.
What
So-
has been the feedback? You said both of the parties have been told. What has been the
Yes.
feedback that you got from that?
Gladly. So I wrote
Mika?
to the
Or-
party chair, so in July, after we got this
Which party
feedback,
chair?
I wrote
There was a
to,
party chair.
well, there was, right. I wrote to both the chairs of the WDTC and WRTC to let them know that, we had budgeted
Yeah.
for this. We have a memo. I shared that memo. I shared with them a draft timeline. I can pull up the note that I had, but there was a request, Rob Rosasco, at the time acting as WRTC chair, wrote that he feels that this is an important process, understanding that in August there's likely a break, and in terms of their nomination process, they might not be able to do that in August, but September would be preferred. We didn't have a chance to have follow-up since then, but that was the last communication. That was a July communication with both the chairs of the WDTC and WRTC.
So why did the Board of Selectmen not get a copy of that? Because I don't know anything
Of
about
the
that.
communication?
Yes, that communication. That would have been helpful information.
Working,
I'm
Happy
left
to say.
wondering, so I.
Not
I
shared
think
with the
we
rest of the
all
Board of
know
Selectmen.
that
Steve
we talked
said
about
that
this
he
for a long time.
reached out, and I believed him.
Did he tell you that before tonight, or are you saying he's telling you that right now?
We talked
Did
about,
he share the information with you, but not me?
I believe that he said in the meeting that he was reaching out to.
I don't remember hearing that.
So was
I
there,
recall.
But that doesn't formally.
It doesn't formulate anything. The question was, had we
the
brought it
question
up?
was,
And I-
my simple
I am
question was, did we
that-
get any response from the two chairs of
Yes,
the two committees?
yes, we did. Yes, they understood that it was
Steve
happening.
did. We
Yes.
didn't.
Yes, they understood that it was happening. Listen, and they don't get to act on it. We're the ones who act on it. So in terms of, this is an important process, and people, this is how the nominations process usually happens. So I wanted
You
them
know,
to be
they
aware.
don't get to act and appoint boards and
Exactly, they
commissions
don't.
either, but they've been doing it for 10 years,
so-
so.
Well, you're talking about giving people an adequate amount of time to come up with names to submit of people who would be willing to work on this committee, and I think my understanding is the point of this dialogue was
Yeah.
to understand that the people who are responsible for bringing forward those names from both sides in town
Yep.
have been properly informed and with adequate time frame, was my understanding of what this dialogue was.
And nobody said it wasn't.
Oh,
Nobody
I
said
wasn't
it was.
saying, there was just
Right.
questions, so
Yeah.
he was answering.
I was just answering
Well,
the
I don't
question.
see
if we-
those responses, I don't.
No,
Mika, how many people do we have to appoint to this, or how many people are we intending to appoint to this?
7.
7 people.
And you picked 7, not 15, because
15 is, I think, is far too many. I mean, we could decide to change
it's a
that
point,
number,
that's
but
a
I
point to
think,
discuss.
5 could be 5. Our number is 5 to 17,
5 to
or 5 to
15?
15, rather. I think 7's is
That's
a
what I wanted
workable
on House
number,
Commission.
not unruly, and I think larger commissions can get challenging. So I thought 7 was a fine number. If we want to discuss a different number,
Well,
happy to discuss.
since I don't know who the appointing authority is going to be on this. It's going to be this Board of Selectmen, it's going to be the next Board of
If we
Selectmen.
initiate today, it would be us. If we
Yeah,
don't,
but
it
if we
would be.
don't, and we set it for, we could start this ball rolling at the November or the December meeting, and then allow the next Board of Selectmen to seat these people and charge the committee, such that when the draft report and the final report come in, we do not end up with the kind of process that we had for the POCD, for example, where it had to stop in the middle because it didn't come in the way the Board of Selectmen expected it to come in.
It didn't stop. and it was over a year. It was extended. There was more time given to the POCD than is normally given.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where you're coming
Proof that
from.
more time isn't
So
necessarily
the
better.
Board of Selectmen rejected the POCD at our last meeting. Okay. I don't want the next Board of Selectmen to reject the recommendations of the Charter Revision Commission.
Well, that's, I mean,
up to them.
we can't predict what
Allow that
another
next
board is
Board
gonna
of
do
Selectmen
with what
to
another
appoint
commission.
and charge,
work
and
is.
you minimize the chance that the next Board of Selectmen will vote.
I don't think that follows.
Now,
Well,
could I
that's-
ask
if
a
that's the case-
question?
Yeah, I don't
that's
think
the
it's
case,
determined by the people
Can-
on it. I think it's
if it-
determined by the work that they do and the report that they submit. I mean, they're gonna be judged on their work.
But the Board of
We
Selectmen
were the
definitely
ones
has a
who-
role here.
We,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I agree for the points I made earlier, for cohesion, for autonomy, for establishing a healthy, fruitful, working relationship from day one, that it would serve better and set the process up for greater success if the same board that appoints them, that oversees and is engaged throughout the process. That logic adds up to me. Does it not?
I think this is a process that we give over to, like this, the town charter belongs to the town, not to a given Board of Selectmen. It's not ours, it belongs to the town. And the town has asked for this to happen. David, as you mentioned, 2021. I'd like to say, I think we've done some good work together. I'd like to say we got this done and put this forward so the town can work on this. I really don't see a need to delay. I hear you, fully understand. If you want to vote the other way, that's fine. I fully respect that. But I think this is something we're ready to do. The town's ready to do. And I'd prefer not to wait, which is why I've brought it up each of the last few months.
So you want to discuss now what items we would put into this?
No, I think that's a different question, so
Yeah, the
initiate.
motion on the table is to.
Initiate.
The resolution to initiate.
And
The
if
items
we
we-
initiate-
So there's
Yeah,
far
the
greater
items that we would
transparency
want-
if people
I
understand.
wasn't finished speaking. The
I'm sorry.
items that we would want to suggest comes later on in that process, not very far later on, but later on in that process, at the hearing that committee would do. I don't think it's
Is
necessary.
it at the hearing or is it the night we appoint?
So
I heard
again, we're
the
not
attorney say
required
that
by,
we-
we're not required by the statute to actually do that. But it would be advisable when we appoint the commission, if we are going to make a charge, if we are going to make a recommendation, to do it at the same time. So.
Yes,
that's
that
what-
is what the
Appointment.
attorney
So that's-
said.
That would be 30
Yes,
days.
again, I'm just noting that it's
Okay.
not required that we do it. So
I would like to.
I would like to as well. I'm just noting, because you're asking, you're using.
Especially,
Yeah, we don't have to,
Right.
so, but it would be at the time that we appoint the commission, that's when I would advise, and our attorney has advised we do it.
I still believe that, and I agree with all the statements that charter revision is very important. People would like to see it happen. I think there are a variety of opinions out there. I think this board should carefully advise if it's going to be this board. If it's going to be the next board, I think the next board should carefully advise. Our realistic expectation for what we want in both the draft report and the final report, such that those two things can move smoothly at the end. Starting a process that opens up and becomes contentious and can't get closed back down again is a real danger. We've had a lot of divisive arguments in our town. This is an opportunity to take our time, go slowly. I think we have to educate the public as to what this process is. I don't know that anyone is aware that how it would actually happen, how quickly this board is now envisioning moving forward on it. The fact that you might have this very important hearing where you're going to hear from the public in December amidst all the holidays and all the hoopla, when notice is going to accidentally get put in somebody's mail stack and never looked at, et cetera. We've heard this over and over again, that people want to thoughtfully engage. I believe very strongly that we should take our time here, and I don't think the timeline is realistic to get it done in time anyway, and I would hate to see everybody rushing around and miss that deadline anyway. So I'll be voting no tonight.
Well, shall we call the vote?
Is there any other comments, any other questions? Comment I'll make is that it is important. If it is, as Steve said, it is a document that's for the entire town. I think we should maximize the opportunity for the entire town to have a say than what it is. The timeline that is presented, you might want to say that it's ambitious, but we have an opportunity to select people who can get this done. We're saying that we're rushing the process. We're giving almost 11 months, 9 to 11 months for the process to take its course. I don't see that as an insignificant amount of time. We can meet again to present what it is we want to do with this prior to the November meeting when we appoint the committee, so that we have something from the Board of Selectmen that says this is what we want to do. And we're not delaying it, and we're giving it a good, honest chance for us to get it done and give the public, give our residents an opportunity to maximize the number of people who actually input on whether they want it or the changes they want or don't want. I think with the right group, I think they can do it in shorter time than this, particularly if the public participates and the board participates as we go along.
Well, if we
That's my
can do it in
thought.
shorter time, let's do that.
Let's ask them to.
We don't have a timeline.
We don't have to.
We don't have a
I'm
timeline.
don't
not
have to.
willing to compromise quality to get things done in a shorter period of time. Maybe that's just me and my work ethic, but.
Nick I'm sorry, Andrea.
Well,
Excuse me.
I guess to my points, and Mika, perhaps I'm curious to hear what you have to say about my point about cohesion of appointments and board oversight, and having, and related to that is having a more defined, I guess, pool of potential appointments. Because right now, like for example, I think Javier Aviles would be a great person to put up for appointment to this. But if he wins in November,
He's also
he's also on the board. He might not want it. I haven't talked to Javi about this, but Javi. But I'm not. That was just a name that is in my notes, so I saw it. He made public comment. But it's also an example because he's running for election. But you're right. He does serve on Board of Finance, so perhaps it's not the best example. Perhaps Amy Morella, legal experience, also running for election. What if we want to appoint her? So anyways, I'll stop rambling, but
I guess I want
tell me what you think about that.
Mika, I didn't want to cut you off.
Well, no, I was asking Mika a question
Okay.
of what he thought about
Okay.
those points in the context of setting this up for success.
They're
'Cause
good
we
points,
all
but those-
agree it's important to do.
I agree. As it was stated earlier, this town is full of very high quality, very high capable people and volunteers. So for example, the names you just mentioned, they aren't the only people who would be great candidates in order to participate in this, and there are others that we can. So if those situations exist, I would like Steve to be a big part of this, but he's a part of the Board of Selectmen, so we're not gonna put his name down on there. So that's what you do. You consider the names of the people and what their positions currently are, and then you determine who else can do the job that you're looking for. So there's an opportunity to do that, and certainly there's a qualified enough, there's a pool, a significant enough pool of quality individuals for us to be able to select 7 quality individuals who can get this done, who are not running for office, who are not on the Board of Selectmen, who are not on the Board of Finance.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
And then what about the cohesion piece?
The cohesion piece, I'm not sure exactly what you're
Meaning we
referring
appoint,
to.
but a new board oversees and advises and engages.
Whoever is selected will operate in the context of that group. They're going to do what they're going to do.
Yeah.
The Board of Selectmen they're not going to be Cooper Robertson, who comes to us every month and says, hey, give me what you want in the next week so we can make whatever changes we want. They will operate in the context of the tasks that they have in terms of completing what they're doing.
But I thought I
So-
heard you just say we'd have to be engaged. By we, I mean the Board of Selectmen with this.
So I'll offer, the statute really lays out the way, and Nick's memo is pretty clear on this, so I would say it's worth revisiting that. So they operate
Okay.
as their own commission with their own charge that's governed by state statute. And then, so as we've said a few times, they have to have that initial public hearing before substantial work is done. Then they have their own hearings to do the work, and then they have a second public hearing. And then they submit their draft report to the Board of Selectmen, and that's kind of the next point of contact on it. Now, their hearings are public, we can see them, but they're not charged with checking in with us regularly in the same way that a consultant group is. So it's a little different. There's not sort of that regular touch-in, but, you know, we have, members of the Board of Selectmen and members of the public will have input again at that initial public hearing. So that's the way that process runs out, which is why I said it's really distinct from the Board of Selectmen for the period of their work until the report comes back to the Board of Selectmen, and that's where there's some more engagement.
Thank you.
Mika, do you mind if I ask Nick how much he's been involved in these? I mean, is this commission gonna need legal advice all the way through? What's
Yes.
that gonna be like?
Yes.
We budgeted that.
Please, that's what's,
You've done this.
the largest portion of the
Can you outline
budget.
that to me, or can you tell me what that?
Yeah, I mean, so we've worked on them for several of our towns and assisted several of our towns in the past. Right now, there is at least one of my other towns, actually no, two, who are initiating charter revisions at this same time. Actually, they did last month. And they're actually looking at similar timeframes. I would agree that it's probably ambitious because sometimes, you know, it really depends on how much substance the Charter Revision Commission takes up. So I think there is some importance to trying to identify, you know, the main items that this board, at least in its experience and from other input it's received, you know, start to align and guide the commission and what it really should be paying attention to. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the attorney's involvement, I mean, again, that can depend just based on how active and the membership that you have on a commission. I mean, some commissions will, with a sophisticated and competent chairman, for example, in the past, I'm thinking one of our other towns in Madison actually, they did a lot of the drafting of the language themselves, and then we came in as sort of an oversight. You know, it depends on how much I need to participate, how many of public hearings are actually called. I mean, there can be way more than just the two that the statute requires. So it's hard to put my finger on, and that's why the budget, trying to anticipate from a budgetary perspective, we sort of, I mean, we had, what we did to get to the number I think was approved at least, was my firm looked at, you know, what the costs have been in those various instances where we have provided our assistance, and we try to come up with a general average, so.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a technical question? I think I asked it before, but, so this vote to initiate requires 4 votes in the affirmative. The other points where it comes back to the Board of Selectmen, the draft report and the final report acceptance, and then deciding what form it's going to take as referendum questions or election questions. All those votes, do they also require 4 affirmative votes, or are they simple majority votes?
I think those are majority votes. I think it's just initiating the actual resolution.
Okay. So I am looking at that piece of the statute about commission appointment, membership, duties, report, termination, and it's saying up to 16 months. Is that right?
Up to, yeah.
Not later than 16 months. So when we set a date by which they come back with the draft report, 16 months is specified here. It has to be less than that, but we're talking about, for the draft, we're talking about 6 months.
Yes.
And as Nick is pointing out, if it's complicated questions and we're expecting, you know, some legal advice to be given to this Charter Revision Commission so that they can remember, this has got to be so crystal clear that people are confident and able to vote yes or no on whether it's one big question, all of these changes shall be adopted, or individual changes. There's a lot of work involved in this, and it hasn't happened in quite a long time. Again, I'll say I think there needs to be a lot of voter education, and I just think we need more time. The other thing I want to ask about is, what is this appointment process? Because I agree that we need some really excellent quality candidates here who well represent the ideas in the community. I have no idea, our past, and I've said it at our last meeting, I voted no on our appointment process because I think our appointment process is not adequate to the job. It's one of the reasons people want to elect the TPZ and the Board of Finance.
Correct.
Because they have some criticism of our ability to carefully vet in the appointment process. So I would think that the people who are going to be on the group that's going to potentially suggest eliminating an appointment process for TPZ and Board of Finance, I think we should be very careful, and maybe we should interview people or at least take the time to fully understand their resumes. I've said before, I think that we can improve that process. I would like to see us do that. I think if we take another 30 days here, we could get that in place. When we could use this commission as the first commission that's appointed under those new rules. Hey, maybe people will be so happy that they won't want to see the charter revised so that we have to elect Board of Finance and Board of TPZ. Just some thoughts.
Any other thoughts?
Let's vote.
We'll call the vote. All those in favor of initiating the resolution of charter revision process, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion doesn't carry. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the Lucy Street.
Mika, can I request that we put this again on the agenda for the regular November meeting?
What's that? The
Charter revision. I mean,
Yes, you
I
can.
don't see any reason why we can't.
Please make a note of that.
Would you
At
mind
least
if I
consider
take
some
a
of these pieces,
little
even if we're
restroom
not going
break?
to.
Sure, why don't we take a
Do a
5-minute or a
resolution.
10-minute break if everybody would come back. Let's figure it 10 minutes, 10 after 8, please.
Well, I don't know how much is left on our agenda,
There's
but
two more-
I
there's
just
two more
have
items.
been holding it in for quite some time. So
There's
I
two
would-
more
I would
items.
love to
You want
relieve
it?
myself. Okay.
Thank you. I will resume the meeting.
So can I just clarify what I was saying when we let
I'm
Andrea?
sorry, yeah.
So my interest here is to have.
Is your mic on?
Sorry. I was making inappropriate comments before. My interest is in having this as a discussion item for November, not necessarily to vote to start the 30-day clock ticking, but to bring to a meeting that the public can listen to our conversation about what items we might want in charter revision. it's very detailed kind of stuff, and I think if we all take some time and then bring those ideas and we have some discussion, I think that will benefit the community in understanding what direction we're trying to go. And whether it's going to, and by then in November, we'll also know who will be seated in January. So
We'll look
that
to
was my thought. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
But no action.
Not
You're still
necessarily.
not asking for
Yeah.
action.
We'll put
Just discussion.
action as appropriate if necessary. If we
Exactly.
feel if we're compelled to take action, that way we can. But we will also try to limit that discussion to an appropriate amount of time, so we don't go on and on, because you can go on and on and on and on about this, so.
And we do that, don't we?
Well, you might consider it, what did you call it? Division, but I look at it as transparent dialogue. Everybody gets to say what they want to say, and we don't all agree, and that's okay.
It is getting a lot of views on YouTube, so it must be entertaining as well.
Next item on the agenda is the Warner Elderly Housing, Lucy Street update. Had a meeting like I do every Wednesday before, every Wednesday that we have our meetings. I also meet at the senior center with any seniors who want to come in and ask anything they want about what's happening in the town. For the last year or so, a large part of that have been the residents of the Warner complex down in Lucy Street, and just kind of describing their plight. You may recall that early part of last year, we had looked at Lucy Street for the possibility of transferring the lease from one owner to another. And we own the property there, so we get to say, they need our approval in order to move forward. After some excellent due diligence work by members of the public, as a matter of fact, and us, but particularly from the members of the public, we identified that it wasn't a good fit, and it appropriately, based on some news items, turned out to be the right decision, a good decision, based on what we heard subsequent to that. So since then, the owner of the development has been looking for other potential buyers. And when I say buyer, it's a buyer for his property, the structures that are there. The property continues to stay ours. From our perspective, it's a lease transfer. From his perspective, it's a sale. So after him having interviewed a number of different organizations and bringing us in as he feels is appropriate, it's his property, we identified 2 or 3 that he then had extensive conversations with, leaving one in particular, a nonprofit, New Samaritan, who felt like they were interested in it. And New Samaritan is somebody that was contacted when we were working with CHAFA quite some time ago for consultative, just for purposes of understanding from a nonprofit versus a profit standpoint, what works better and how it works and things of that nature. Subsequently, they felt like they would be interested in the property. They they got into negotiations with the owner, and a letter of interest was signed. So they're negotiating right now in terms of details as far as the property is concerned to take over, to buy the property from the current owner. So we did, again, our due diligence as relates to the New Samaritan organization. They are a nonprofit organization that does elderly homes and affordable homes out of North Haven. What's interesting about them, or one of the reasons it's important for this board to understand, you understand, let me start. One of the things that I brought forth on this is that the complex needs a lot of work. The owner felt that in lieu of maintenance, he would maintain a lower tax base. 6 of the 30 units are deeded for affordable, so 24 are not affordable. He kept the rates below market, specifically to keep people in the unit so that he didn't have a lot of turnover and he didn't have a lot of vacancies. This is based on my conversations with him. Unfortunately, what suffered was maintenance and upkeep as a result. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We worked with CHAFA, and we continued to work with CHAFA, and they were good enough to initiate, at our request, a capital needs assessment that indicated the property needs approximately upwards of $1.8 million in improvements and things of that nature. David?
Yeah, just one question. So the information came from him that he was keeping it below market rate. Did we Do we know what market rate is?
Yes, we looked,
Is-
they
and
gave,
that's
he
what
gave
it
us,
is?
he gave us the input in terms of what the tenants
Can
are
we
paying.
check that out?
And we did,
Okay.
yes, yes, the tenants gave us the information as well. As I say, they're very good about coming every month and
Yeah,
letting us know.
I got, yeah.
So, yes,
I was-
so the rates are below market, and because they're CHAFA, they also count toward our affordable housing share. As a matter of fact, they're the biggest part of our affordable housing share.
The 6
Share.
units.
No,
All.
the 30 units,
Okay.
because they're all under market rate and because they are financed by CHAFA. Okay, so they qualify. Now, New Samaritan, when they come in, they would like all of the units to be deed restricted as affordable. Now that they've signed a letter of interest with them, the conversations we've had more significant conversations. And the conversations related to, well, if you deed all of them affordable, there's income limits in terms of what it is, what does it do? And the only way to find that out is to have the tenants volunteer what their incomes are so that we can identify if there would be people who would need to move as a result of them all becoming deed restricted as. There's some flexibility there that CHAFA and New Samaritan has provided, but that was the general intent. That's how they manage their properties. So if you recall, I came to the board and suggested that we consider giving them a tax credit to enable some necessary repairs on a lower end type repairs, so that like laundry and things of that nature that they've been having difficulties with.
Just quickly, New Samaritan noted 1.8 million worth of improvement?
No, CHAFA did the
CHAFA did.
capital needs assessment.
And so we're trusting that, or have we verified that? Do we?
It's done through a consulting firm that CHAFA does, so it's vetted through CHAFA.
Okay.
And CHAFA obviously as a mortgage holder, they're the ones who own the property. So
Mika,
There-
is there any path forward to, like if the current leasee has let this go so far for so long without investing in the property, what could we have done, or perhaps can we still do to hold them accountable? I mean, did we miss opportunities? What?
No. I haven't necessarily spent a lot of time on that because it's really the going forward that I'm most interested in.
Yeah,
But what I can
but
tell you is that
if
there
we're
are properties that are in far worse condition in other parts of other towns. So it's not as if they're unlivable. It's not as if they have no heat or anything along those lines.
So if the mortgage holder has identified that there's almost a couple of $1 million necessary, that surely must mean that the owner is going to get $2 million less for his property than he would otherwise get if it didn't need $2 million worth of.
I'm not sure it works that way, but I can tell you that we're not part of the negotiation between the owner and whoever he gets it.
I get it, but it does sound like, if the owner lets it run down, it's not going to be worth as much. And so, isn't he punishing himself right now?
In
Punishing his own equity?
I don't know the deal with them. I understand, and your rationale it's sound rationale, it's logical rationale, but I'm not sure what the deals are, and I don't know what the amounts are or anything along those lines, David. I do know that obviously the buyer feels like whatever they're providing is sufficient. Now, keep in mind, one of the reasons that we were very pleased and about New Samaritan getting involved as a nonprofit is because they do these types of developments, and there are programs through CHAFA and DOH that allow for us to extend the lease, and for them to come in, they start a new lease, and through tax programs, I'll call them, there's an opportunity for there to be significant amount of capital raised and provided to the new owner as a means by which to do the necessary work, do some of the work that's required there. So right now, that's another significant benefit to having this group involved in what we're doing here. So all this takes a lot more time than the tenants are necessarily pleased with, and certainly that I'm, but we're trying to push things as quickly as possible. Now, I mentioned the tax credits that we were looking at. In talking to them at this point in time, Chaffa is going to look, and this is talking to Chaffa, the owner, and the prospective buyer. They agree that there may be opportunity and potential for Chaffa to find some dollars to take care of some of those small items that we were looking to take care of.
Right.
However, on the other side of the coin, when deals like this are consummated, or when they're arranged for, the buyer, particularly the nonprofit, looks for a tax credit on an annual basis from the town. And Nick, you might be able to explain that that's what part of the documentation that you received is for. So rather than giving them a one-time tax credit of whatever the amount may be, it would be a tax credit. In talking to the prospective owner, it would be the tax amount on this property is just a little bit less than $40,000, for example, and you would be looking to give them a tax credit so that it's around 31, 32. On an
Indefinitely.
On an annual basis. As their rates increase, so does our ability to tax them. And Tony, I'm not sure if you want to get into that at all, or?
It's just that we would have to then factor that into our budget each year.
Can you help me to understand how this doesn't connect to what Dave was getting at with the property sale cost? Like if the buyer, which is New Samaritan, is getting, choosing to buy a building that has $1.8 million worth of improvements, based on how how generally real estate goes, that is usually reflected in the cost of the sale. The cost of the sale and all the paperwork, the assessed value, that impacts all of that. Assessed value impacts taxes, and then they're coming to us for a tax break. I don't get how we don't know what the assessed value or what the sale price would be. Some dot isn't connecting for me. Can you help me to understand why?
Not entirely,
Okay.
because again, that's between them. That's between them in terms of what they do.
But it's relevant
But
to us.
Well, it isn't.
Why?
It doesn't change anything from our perspective. The property is assessed based on what the market bears, based on what our assessor assesses.
What's the
property
assessed
at.
value of this?
I
do
don't
we
know
know?
off the top of my head.
I don't know either,
And
no.
does it change if it goes to all affordable? Does that change the assessment?
If it's deed restricted?
If it's deed
I
restricted,
mean,
it
they're,
does.
they're
You're
asking
saying,
to
Steve?
go.
It
Just
does in the
clarify.
sense of I'm asking
Change if
for
it's deed restricted,
for the tax credit.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but does it also change the assessment
No.
all by itself?
That's a great question.
I don't know
My
the
understanding
answer.
is no, the assessed value is the assessed value. What we decide we do in regards to this particular proposal, or what they, and it's not something that's out of the ordinary. Nick, you might want to, we looked at, I think it's New Canaan, and some other areas where the same type of thing happens, and I'll turn it over to you for a moment, Nick.
Yeah, so, what's in your packet tonight are two things. One is an ordinance that would need to be approved to enter into an agreement with New Samaritan or whoever comes in, if that is an initiative the board wanted to pursue. So number one is an ordinance that allows for entering into this type of arrangement. And then number two is a very conceptual draft of what that arrangement could look like on paper. And what we've used, what I've used to craft this is, as Mika said, we've used with some success in other municipalities, namely the one that most recently comes to mind is New Canaan, where there's a very similar structured development, just like this. New Canaan passed their ordinance really to allow this. Canaan Parish is the developer in that sense, but not unlike a New Samaritan in that it's fully assisted housing. They receive funding from Chaffa, but there's and I cannot explain the economics behind how it works, but there's investors, there's certain federal tax credits that are at play, and then there's the local tax component, which all is part of the calculus for New Samaritan or whoever else is coming into these types of developments is, does it make fiscal sense for us? And so part of that incentivization from the municipal standpoint has been this type of arrangement. And what this would look like, or what has been successful both practically, fiscally for New Canaan and in incentivizing New Canaan Parish to come in and actually do this, is effectively setting up, instead of them paying their normal tax assessment every year, you're setting up a pilot. You hear that word thrown around, payment in lieu of taxes. You're setting a number. Well, you're not setting a number. You're setting a percentage. So the way that this is framed, the way that we framed it and worked it with New Canaan, the way that Chaffel likes and the investor is, and this number is subject to change. Again, this is just an example. But what the town would be receiving on an annual basis as taxes for this property would be a percentage of the gross revenues, basically, derived from the operation of that facility. So here we have like 6.5%. I don't know how those numbers crunched out, but there was a full calculus in New Canaan. I think Board of Finance was involved, understanding what the projections are, what can we anticipate for purposes of budgeting. So I mean, there's more to it, but this is just the legal framework for how you make it happen here.
So Nick, the legal framework is the tax abatement ordinance language or the draft, the red line contract language?
Both. You need the ordinance to do the contract.
Okay. So I had a question about the draft ordinance. It starts off with, written request of an owner of real property located within the town of Woodbridge. And I think we talked about this last time. If we create an ordinance like this, any owner of real property can avail themselves of it and make a request?
That's right.
Okay.
Who is eligible for this kind of relief, which would be a housing specific.
Right, so let's say an apartment building that's going up somewhere in town could come and say, oh, I see you have this tax abatement ordinance. I would also like this for my apartment.
That's correct.
And our ability to pick and choose from people who apply is probably confined in some way, right? We can't just say, oh, yours is okay and yours is not okay. We have to apply the same rules, right?
No, I think the rules completely depend on your assessment of how the numbers work out. Again, it's not a one size fits all.
So
I think the point of the legislature in passing this statute was, yes, to incentivize these types of developments to come into communities that.
But to Sheila's point, full market rate, apartment building goes down into our business district. Are they able to avail themselves of the same capabilities? I know we talked about this a little bit.
No, it's only.
Correct.
It's not full market rate.
Correct.
I mean,
No, but if they want to convert themselves, they would have to have some affordable housing in order to avail themselves here, right?
some or all
yes.
indeed restricted or not? Is this, or is that for us to determine in the ordinance?
No, it's just any basically government assisted housing.
So we've also discussed an affordable housing trust as an incentive for developers to be used. How does that fit in? Like, I know that's not specific necessarily for Lucy Street, but I'm just trying to reconcile one approach with this if we do move forward with an ordinance like this, and that makes any affordable units available to a tax abatement what are we calling this? Tax abatement, tax program?
Yeah, it's tax abatement.
It seems, I don't know, I need more information on the broader impacts outside of Lucy Street. and how one incentive functions compared, how this incentive functions compared to Affordable Housing Trust. Perhaps,
I can answer that. This gives you a carrot to hang out to someone coming in to develop affordable housing and saying, hey, we can lighten the tax burden, basically. That's the incentivization here. This trust fund idea that we've talked about is, it's a kitty for folks who want to donate funds for purposes of advancing affordable housing in town, or however, whatever framework to that fund, however it's set up, and whatever checks and balances are put into place on it. It's for donations, but it's not, it can be implemented. For example, other towns that have similar funds require that as a portion of an application to planning and zoning, and there's different iterations of this, but basically if you're applying to zoning for X, Y, and Z, you've got to kick some money into this fund, or you've got to restrict units as part of that development. And if you don't, you got to pay this fund, and then the town utilizes those monies.
but it could still be used to help developers, to make it more affordable for developers to pursue affordable housing in Woodbridge, the trust.
Specifically
It's
affordable housing.
whatever, it's whatever you limit that trust and the use of the trust.
Could the trust be used for making up that difference? Like if we provided a tax abatement to Lucy Street for this reason, and they're all affordable units, could the money in that fund, if it were eventually set up, be used to make up that difference for the town? Like we've given, do you know what I mean? Like, is that an appropriate use? I don't know if that's an appropriate use. That would be my question, if that's something that could be done. Like, could that fund, those monies put in that fund, make up that difference? So we would be able to provide, right, we would be able to provide the tax relief, and the fund would help us make up that difference when we go to do our budget.
To offset the impact, if any, of a lesser effective tax revenue because of whatever sort of tax break.
Right, to support affordable housing.
Maybe.
Perhaps. My second, clarification is, New Samaritan is a nonprofit. Correct. Okay. That seems to make sense to me, dollars and cents wise, why they would then go ahead and make all of those units affordable, because the dollars don't seem to add up. If you kept, to make more of those units affordable, a nonprofit seems like the group that would come in and take over that property to do that. I think if you were looking to make money on Lucy Street, if you were looking at that from an investor point of view, the math doesn't necessarily math. So to keep these units affordable and expand the amount of affordable housing in Woodbridge, I think it seems to make sense to go with a group like this.
It does, but it does not expand the affordable housing in Woodbridge.
Right.
It doesn't increase our percent.
Doesn't
of-
already
increase our
counts
stock. What it does
whole.
is it deed restrict these so they can't go to
It
market rate.
secures them.
But it secures them for the
Secures.
people who
Yes.
are there, which is helpful.
Particularly for the people
And we
who are
would
there.
need an ordinance to move forward
If-
with this?
Yes.
We
If they don't
can't
have
move
too much
forward with
income
this-
and have to move.
I'm sorry?
If, it helps the people that are there as long as they get to stay there. If they don't qualify, they're out. And that's one of the problems with the law, is that if you have a deed restriction and you don't qualify, you got to get thrown out.
In this particular instance, this complex was very specifically, it's deeded on our lease that it's for elderly housing. And it was specifically affordable, this is not capital A affordable, but it was naturally affordable type housing for people. Only 6 of them were deed restricted as housing, but the rents were lower because they're smaller units, et cetera. So from that perspective, and I can tell you from my conversations that I've had voluntarily with the tenants there, there is not a great concern for that. There is some.
Not
But
a
there's
great
not a great
concern
concern
for not
people
meeting
having to
the
move.
Not meeting the
requirements.
thresholds.
Okay.
Or exceeding the
So
thresholds.
meaning you're
Okay.
not
Which is not a
anticipating.
great-
We wouldn't have to be moving people out, is what you're saying.
That's,
But we should
in my
confirm
conversations
that.
with, we are confirming that, but
Okay.
not we are not confirming
Okay.
that. New Samaritan is confirming
Okay.
that, because before we will sign off on anything, they need to tell us exactly how many would fit the particular profiles. They understand that. They were there today, just so you know, when I met with the residents, they were there today and explaining to them what the different particulars are from this perspective. They also provided them the thresholds that are required. They would go up to, the 80% affordability, I think, was, if you're one person, it was 67, and if you're two person, it was 73, something along those lines. But long story short, right now, until we get New Samaritan, we'll be conducting interviews, voluntary, but they are voluntary interviews with these folks individually. We'll never know what the particulars are of this, but what they will tell us is, we've got 3 units that exceed the value, and then we will negotiate with them in Chaffa as to what the disposition of, as a result of that. If it's 20 units, it's a big deal. That could sink the deal. If it's 3 units, a whole different story.
As far as?
As far as what we ultimately go forward with. What do we do with those 3?
I get it.
What are the particulars that we do with those 3? Do we make those market rate, or do we not do those as deed restricted, allowing those people to stay?
Will that reduce our?
No, it doesn't, as long as the rents stay below market.
Okay.
That's, so there's opportunity for us to negotiate in terms of what the particulars are. Obviously, through this whole thing, the last thing we want to do, and the reason that we're being so careful about who we get in there, is to make sure that people don't lose their homes. However, if you're living at that home and you're making $200,000, you can afford to live somewhere else.
Sure.
And there's somebody who might not be able to afford to live somewhere else who could benefit from that.
Yeah.
So it's appropriate for there to be some sort of a guideline on that.
So the real question that comes in here somehow is that if we are the people who, through our tax abatement, enable a deal to go through, that may, I mean, I kind of think that New Samaritan, I certainly like the idea about helping these people out. I know that they don't like the conditions right now, and you know, for some of them, probably below market rate doesn't seem like it's a deal anyway. So something should be done, but just out of the goodness of our heart, we don't want to go in and do that something, thereby perhaps increasing the profit to the guy who's been neglecting it. So I personally maybe want assurances that New Samaritan is making the best deal that they can to cut that price down before we ever enter into that negotiation. But I don't know that we can expect that will happen, because I'm more likely to trust a nonprofit coming in with a history of this.
We don't,
as long as we vetted them, rather than the owner who's been neglecting his job.
And I'm sure the mortgage company is
correct.
taking a close look at the sale price and making sure that
Yeah.
they're making,
Chapa
they're backing, right, an
Yeah, I mean,
appropriate investment, yeah.
The tax abatement agreement would be specifically with New Samaritan. Where there's any benefit to the current homeowner is between what he negotiates with New Samaritan as far as the sale of the property. That's, anything we do he's out of the picture. So
I would like, I mean, it sounds like, though, if New Samaritan backs out of the deal, he's got no buyer.
we're back to square one, looking for, he's got other people who expressed interest, both nonprofit and commercial.
Okay.
So there's still, that's what happened when the deal fell through the first time. He's back, he's got to go out and he's got to find who he can. I can tell you, these are folks who have worked with Chaffa, so they continue to work with Chaffa and they know the program, so the stars are lining up. And the deal that we're talking about as far as tax abatement is not something that Woodbridge is saying. We've decided we're going to be real nice guys about this, and we're going to do something that's going to, because we like this deal. It's something that's done on a regular basis with nonprofits, with affordable housing specifically. So we're not breaking new ground here.
But it doesn't really help us with our affordable housing issue,
It-
really. Because
And
we've already-
it requires an ordinance that, just like,
The ordinance is the most important thing, Andrea. I totally agree with you as far as that's concerned.
Yeah.
And again, we're going to be, this is where we are right now.
Yeah.
We're going to continue to look the ordinance to try to make sure we don't open ourselves up. Now, keeping in mind, as Nick said, it's government subsidized, or government financed, I guess is the way to put it,
Housing.
and housing. and affordable housing. So it's.
And any
it's-
type of affordable housing. Not limited to deed restricted, not, it could be, 'cause-
No, it would be well,
We
we can make it deed
Okay, we
restricted. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can craft this so that
we have autonomy.
it
Okay.
works. I mean, you're not, I mean, even with the basic form ordinance that's currently in the packet, I mean, you still have discretion for every time, I mean, that's part of why it requires a written request. I mean, that comes right from the statute that enables us to do this. It says, okay, yes, this is something that municipalities can consider granting upon request for these types of properties, but in that consideration, the Board of Selectmen has discretion to make the decision whether they're gonna enter into this agreement or not. And your board would have to be convinced that it's a good fit. So you really can pick and choose, honestly.
Okay, you can. Okay.
Yeah.
So does the entire property have to be for affordable or low-income housing? Or can it be some of the units that are gonna be designated and some are gonna be market rate? Can you mix in one building, or do you have to go 100%?
It's not 100% necessarily.
So you could have some market rate and some like 12%.
And what, the tax benefit would be adjusted accordingly?
Well,
based
it-
on
it-
those
It looks like
units
the
of the
abatement would
building?
only apply to the units. So each unit is being considered either it's in this program or it's not in the program.
It's, again, I
Based on
think
the-
we're getting a little too, like, focused on hypotheticals that aren't even in front of us. You have the ability, I mean,
To write a
this,
contract.
yeah, I mean, and the savings have to be used for the purposes that are laid out in this ordinance, to reduce rents below the levels that would be achieved in the absence of such abasement, to affect occupancy of such housing by persons and families of varying income levels as determined by the Department of Housing, or to provide necessary related facilities or services in such housing. So the benefit that's coming out of this has to be applied to this
To get the
affordable
abatement.
thing. Right.
And
So
in-
what, and Mika, did I hear that the magnitude of the number that we're talking about from our budget perspective is $30,000, something, $20,000-$30,000? What is
In
it?
terms of the impact, the negative impact, if you will, on ours is.
A negative impact of
It's less than $10,000 a year,
$10,000 a year.
a year.
$10,000 a year, and we're talking about this. I mean, that's $3 for every house we have. That's crazy. I mean, you know, if
If it's just Lucy Street, though. I mean, because other
But it
future-
doesn't give anybody the right to get that. They have to apply,
Yeah, they
and
have
we
to
have to
apply.
agree.
Well,
I mean,
that was
it's
just
it's a
clarifying. That
contract.
wasn't
You're
my
writing a
understanding
contract
5
with
minutes
these
ago.
people. Other people might come along and you say, well, no, we don't need it.
The ordinance will be there for allowing us to write the contract if we want to write the contract.
Yeah.
So, I think our agenda, this is to discuss, inform,
There's,
what are next steps, what do we need to do?
what really needs to happen is the deal between the current owner and New Samaritan has to take place.
Yeah.
And there's things that they have to do with Chaffa in terms, like Chaffa has some play in this as well in terms of agreeing to the programs that are associated with this that would then generate the type of capital that's required to do some of the improvements that are required. And the improvements would include things like almost immediately putting on a new roof because the roof is really in bad shape. And then they would do bathrooms next because the bathrooms are in bad shape. So then they would go into the units and do flooring and things of that nature. They've got a whole list in terms of what they would do and a particular timeline in terms of how they do it. Right now, if the point at which this is at, it appears, as I said, and the way I put it is the planets seem to be lining up. The tenants will be better off.
That's a good thing.
Very few of the tenants will be impacted in terms of the income levels and things, if any. We don't know, but we suspect that there might be at least one. But there, very few would be impacted based on their initial input.
Yeah.
And it basically costs us $8,000 a year, $8,000 to $10,000 a year, whatever it is.
Uh-huh.
And we extend the lease. We will re-extend the lease for the full term that we did before. And so it seems as if things continue to go in the direction they are, it could be a good return for everyone, is really what it boils down to. Particularly since the capital, the big thing that they really need is the capital investment in the structure itself. And then the property management, they went into a little bit of, how they manage the properties, et cetera. The tenants seem to be very, very pleased with that, and indicating that they seem to be very pleased with that.
What happens if the deal doesn't go through? Or we'll just cross that bridge when we get there to determine?
That's the only thing we can do.
Okay.
That's the only thing we
How
can do.
these needs get met.
Right.
Be-
What we're doing in the meantime is because we meet with them as frequently as we do, we're acting as their rent control organization, if you will. So if the washing machine's not working, they call the town.
They
Because
call
we-
a lot. I've gotten to know quite a few of the lovely residents.
And it's just
down
because
there.
they know we have
It's
some
a
degree of
speed dial, I
leverage.
assure you.
And the reason we have leverage
And
right now.
are our staff going out
No.
and helping
No.
fix
No.
them?
No,
Okay.
They're doing
absolutely
their
not.
laundry
We're
for
just
us?
taking data, we're just
No.
collecting.
All we're doing is we're calling the owner and saying, come on, this
Okay.
is not
I
looking
see.
good.
I'm sorry.
You know what I
Okay,
mean?
that-
So, and they go and take care. And so far, he's been very responsible. Honestly, if we've called him and we've told him about a particular problem, he's fixed it.
Is
So-
there concern about incentivizing other landlords to not take care of their business? Or
Mm-hmm.
concerns about how other landlords we have in town will respond to this, like, hey, I pay to keep up with stuff, I'm not being rewarded with
This
tax."
isn't a reward. This isn't
Well-
at all a reward. This is a transaction between a current owner and a new buyer. And there's not a reward. There's a program associated with CHAFA, so you have to be dealing with CHAFA. There's a program with CHAFA and DOH that allows for this influx of capital. I think it was West Hartford that I read about months ago, when this is one of the things that motivated me to contact CHAFA to see what we can do. West Hartford, I think, secured $8 million. And so my question was, how do they do that? And this is where we found out about the program and how it works. The nonprofits are the closest to this, because they do the most of this. So they are familiar with the programs, they know what leverage, they know the documentation that's required and the process in which to go to. When I first started when I talked about West Hartford, I said, so when did they start? And it was years, okay? From the time that they started with this to the time that they actually secured dollars, which was a concern. This was about 10 months ago, almost a year ago ourselves. Right now, it appears we might be able to condense that significantly with the help of this nonprofit, because they know the ropes, so to speak. So again, it's looking positive. Want to make sure you're aware of what's going on. We're not right. We will have to, at some point in time, take a vote with regard to the lease, okay? Because the lease will be transferred, and so there'll be a new name on the lease. So that's something that we will need to deal with.
And we would not at the same time also have to vote on the abatement and/or the ordinance.
That's got to go through the ordinance
Yeah.
first, because we have to have an ordinance, so that's got to go through the
So that'll
ordinance
take
process.
some time.
That will take some time, which is the reason we're
But
starting to.
voting on one isn't contingent on the other, correct?
Voting on the lease.
Managing the lease, right, we can expect that.
The ordinance is going to have to come first,
Yeah.
because we have to have in place these programs for them to be able to all of the people involved, fully complete the deals that we're talking about. So the ordinance is probably the next step we're going to need to take in terms of what we're looking to do here.
It doesn't obligate us, it just gives us the capacity to act in this fashion.
Correct. But
Which we currently don't have.
is it
We'd have to
something we
vote on
want to do? We have to vote on that. We have to go through the whole
Yeah.
ordinance process.
Yeah.
Public hearing, the whole thing. So, but we're not necessarily, or from my perspective, it's not something we necessarily have to get done if the deal doesn't work out.
go through.
You know what I mean? So we have to watch it. But it is something we should be considering, preparing for, and moving forward with if we feel it's something next time, if they get another person, we're already that far ahead of the game. But we're looking to try to do something with these folks sooner rather than later.
If I can ask Nick, it seems like the draft you have of the ordinance, though we didn't look at it at the last meeting, had a chance to look at it before today, it looks like it's substantially complete. I mean, I think if we could take time at our next ordinance meeting to go over it together again, but potentially we could bring it to a future Board of Selectmen meeting, then call for a public hearing so that we're in position to deal with this, and so the public has plenty of notice on it. so that we're able to take action, so.
Yeah, I think the ordinance is ready for consideration.
Okay, great, so we'll be sure to take it up at our next meeting, so that then we can bring it back.
Okay, but I thought you had said, Nick, we could,
Tweak
unless I'm
it.
crossing some wires, I thought you had said there might be things we should consider adding or adjusting in terms of defining, our standards for consideration, or what it would look like. But you were saying maybe it's good enough, I don't know.
He's saying it's good enough to consider at the ordinance.
Yeah,
and then-
I just got this ordinance, so I guess, whatever, I'm gonna stop talking, because I don't.
This is,
So this is.
This feels
the-
like a big deal to me, like it could have very big potential implications for our town's tax base in the future. Perhaps I'm not fully understanding it, I understand it'd be an application, based thing, but I just feel like very keen attention needs to be allocated to something like this, but.
So,
Well, they would have to file an application, but they would also have to meet the criteria of working with, having their mortgage through CHAFA.
They have to be working with CHAPA. That's not going
Right.
to be a large
That's
number
what
of
the
people.
ordinance
That's
says
zero.
right now. I
Right.
can't find it, but I know it's here, but I.
so in
read
terms
through
of
it.
the-
We're
Right, is
not-
that,
we're
is
not-
that correct?
they'll
Is that-
Take your time, it's not read through it, that's exactly why we're presenting it, so that everyone can understand. As far as how big a deal it is, it requires the appropriate amount of consideration. That's what the board does, that's what we do. So, but I will also say, it also, in essence, indicates our willingness to consider things that will make it easier for affordable homes to be here in Woodbridge. In this case, it doesn't increase our affordable homes, but if somebody wants to do something with a full affordable home type, it gives us another arrow in our quiver to possibly make something happen.
But if I understand this correctly, this isn't for new development, this would be if someone builds an apartment with some affordable units, and however many years down the line, improvements need to be made, then they could apply.
No, this has nothing to do with
This is-
improvements. This is, the improvements,
application.
I
the
thought it
improvements
was
are
said that the
specifically.
money that gets saved has to go back into the building, right? Back in didn't Nick say that?
That was,
Yeah,
there
that
was
could
a,
be at a new construction, it could be an existing improvement.
What we're charging,
Why would
think of it.
new construction need
No, what it is
Or
the way that, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
But if I'm not mistaken, based on the amount of what you're charging rent, as opposed to, that's what you're taxed on? In other words,
So it's not just for capital improvements, it's
no,
to
no,
help-
it's not for capital improvements at all. It's it's to help the nonprofit, enable the nonprofit to maintain lower rates.
Okay.
That's what, not, the capital improvements are a program that goes between the mortgage company and the owner.
This is
That's,
why I need weekends to prepare for
no
but
problem.
I think what Andrea is,
Good
I
question.
spent a lot of time making a folder note song on Friday,
but I think what Andrea is referring to is we did consider the outline of another ordinance that would have allowed us to give a one-time tax abatement to the owner. And I think that's confounding the issue a little bit, because that
Yeah.
one is completely separate.
Yeah,
But
it's just-
we did consider that in the past, and I think we might be referring to that.
Our ordinance is specific to enable, in the contract, is specifically to enabling the owner to charge less rent for all intents and purposes. Again, the capital is only related to the owner and the mortgage company. That's where that's coming from. It's nothing to do with us at all.
So, I don't want to extend this conversation. This has been helpful. I wonder, I'm just looking at the affordable housing plan to see if I can catch any mention of this being recommended to us, because it does seem that it advances some affordable housing goals. I would love to be able to say, oh, look, we can check off one of our goals. I don't think I see that. So And I guess I also understand that TPZ also has some sort of role with regard to affordable housing. I know there's a plan for a project that's currently under consideration that has its own affordable housing plan. So maybe we could circulate the draft of, if we're starting with the ordinance, circulate that draft. And I also think of the Board of Finance. We have one member in the audience, but not all of them are going to know about this, and I think getting their input as well might be helpful while you're still working on the draft of the ordinance before we go and put it out for the public hearing.
This same discussion will be had with the Board of Finance when Tony and I are there at the next
great.
meeting.
Great,
What we
and then
can do
share
is
it
we
with
can
others
also
as well.
notify the housing committee in regards to this and see if, from a housing plan standpoint, what we need to do.
Yeah, and what about TPZ? Are we allowed to talk with them and get their input on this? Or-
Why would
'cause
we need their input on this? Nick, do we need PPZ input on
I
this?
don't know.
This is wholly distinct from anything
Yeah.
TPC.
So-
If there's a new development, if it's a new development, they do what TPZ does. They do what their normal thing is.
Well, someone might approach TPZ with an application and approach us, once they become owners.
We can
At the same time.
communicate to TPZ that this exists, absolutely. There's no problem with that at all.
That's what I thought.
Yep. All right. Any other questions? We'll move on to our next item on the agenda, it's board and commission appointments. If I'm not mistaken, since I don't have my thing up here.
It's number 12.
Thank
That's
you.
the last one.
Yep.
I think that's our last agenda.
This is it, guys.
I'll make a motion, start by making a motion to appoint Jim Horowitz to fill a vacancy on the Town Planning and Zoning Commission ending December 31st, 2027. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Could you clarify what seat this is for and then the term that this is for?
Certainly. This is to replace Rob Klee, who is a Democrat, and former Chairman Rob Klee, who resigned, and this would fill the full slot currently available as a result of his resignation.
For a term that, I'm sorry. For
It
a
did,
term that
I'm
would
sorry, I
expire
thought it would, 27.
27.
27.
But this person, if voted in, would not assume role of chair, the same
No.
position as.
Correct.
Mr.
Once this seat is filled, the TPZ would then, they would then be doing the reelection for both chair and vice chair. David, you had a question?
Yeah. You don't have to put a member of the Democratic Town Committee in this. You could put a Republican in it. You've got the call. You've been happy to fill Republican seats or the
David, I have not.
non-Democratic
No,
seats in the
no,
past.
I have not. I have not. I have given you
Okay.
full opportunity.
You carried over everybody who was appointed thereof.
Well, you can't remove people.
No, you can. If their term is up, you don't have to carry them over. When we started, we could have done that. That's where I was talking about, being complicit is, the fruit of the poison tree is still poison. So, it could be different. It doesn't have to be a member of the Democratic Town Committee.
Interesting, there are already 3 members of the WDTC on TPZ. And to appoint you, I think, may very well earlier, Mika, we have a lot of great people out there in this town. We have over, 9,000 residents?
Can you turn it back on?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, thank you for the reminder. I'm live again, folks. So, just repeating to back up, because I was off mic. Mika, you made a good point earlier, that we have a lot of intelligent, capable people in this town. Our population is over 9,000? I don't know, WTC might have 70 members. Why would TPZ, that already has 3 members of WDTC, be put forth yet another? That doesn't seem representative of that great pool of intelligent, capable people you mentioned earlier.
Can
Is
I,
it-
can I jump in here, actually?
Please.
So, we talk about the minority representation requirements. Obviously, that's set out by state statute, which is referenced by our local charter and code. The effective state statute does provide that where there's a vacancy in an existing appointed position, and that vacancy occurs where minority representation has been in effect, the seat has to be filled by the member of the same political party of the person.
That's fine. You could be a Democrat, but not a member of WDTC.
Sure,
But it
yeah,
doesn't-
sure.
it doesn't-
I'm speaking.
So I'm
Correct.
not saying it wasn't their seat to fill. I do agree that it would have been nice to be, hey, do you have any ideas? Just as a nice way to do things. But I wasn't speaking to that, Nick.
Is that really right? I mean, the Democrat, if a Democrat resigns and the current board decides that, well, that seat, you know, they have more than enough Democrats to satisfy that, we think it should be a Republican. You cannot appoint a Republican? I don't think.
I can show you, David.
Could you appoint an unaffiliated or an an independent?
I mean, do you want me to read it?
No.
I do.
Is any vacancy thereafter occurring, which is to be filled by appointment, shall be filled by the appointment of a member of the same political party as that of the vacating member.
And that is from what? From the
State statute
right.
9167.
What does that relate to? Every board, every commission,
Yeah,
board of selectmen?
this is what we point to as our minority representation.
I think-
law.
But that's not a minority. This isn't a minority representation. This isn't a minority position. This is the majority position.
Dave, that's what the statutes call this requirement.
It's not
This-
specific to minority.
Yeah,
It's-
it's really how, what it really should say is maximum you could have from one party.
Right, but regardless of that, we can't violate with an appointment of a resigning Democrat, we can't possibly violate the requirement of the maximum number because we had a Democrat in there. Why can't, you're telling me we couldn't put a Republican in there?
But wait,
This doesn't, the minority requirement does not apply. It doesn't apply here.
I think
This is
it's
the majority.
in one sense, it's meant to protect the minority, so that way, if somebody resigns who's on the minority, it has to be the same party. They're saying it has to be the same party, so if it's an R, it's got to be an R. It can't be a U, it can't be a D, something along those lines. In this case, it's a majority, and if it was a minority, it would be the same thing.
Yeah.
To your point,
my point wasn't about.
I understand.
Yeah.
As far as the reason we're nominating this individual is because we feel he's the best person to do what the job is. I don't care that he's a member of WDTC. He's a Democrat. I'm telling you, point blank.
Okay.
I don't care. We've nominated Rs and Us and we've taken different positions with different, on EDC, see if there's minority represented. Look at a number of the commissions.
questioning-
So this person is qualified, would make an excellent addition to this particular board, and is a Democrat, replacing a Democrat.
Speak to their qualifications for town planning and zoning.
As an attorney, as a prominent attorney, one of the more prominent attorneys in our town. His capabilities, and we have many of them. And that's not me saying that.
That's what I was just gonna say.
And it's not me saying it. This is, yes, it is a big pool, and this is by reputation in terms of people who I've spoken with.
Sure.
His capabilities, we don't need to have specific qualifications to be on a board. You want a board to be diverse. We've said this many times. We've talked about it many times.
No,
We
but-
do, in this,
We haven't achieved it very many times.
But you just said you're putting him up not because of WDGC, but because of qualifications. Now you're saying qualifications, don't need to be specific. So I'm just asking you, so because he's an attorney.
No.
And
That's
he
why.
served the town before on several other boards.
on the
and
Board of
commissions.
Education, his experience, his understanding as to what's happening in the town, his views in terms of how he approaches things, his ability to come to decisions in the way that he does it, all of those reasons.
And willingness to serve, I think.
And the
are-
willingness to serve in this particular instance is a
Well,
big
it
one.
was
I have no doubt.
difficult
Understand
to,
the challenge.
So,
I have no doubt that the people, that probably 99% of the people in the,
Mike, David.
what? Not on.
No, it's
It
on.
says
See
it's
the
on.
red light.
Yeah?
yep, you're good.
It cut
Claims
off.
to be on. I have no doubt that, almost 100% of the people in the Democratic Town Committee are really smart, qualified, and everything else. What I don't understand is the workings of the Democratic Town Committee when 3 members told, I watched the TPZ meeting, 3 members said they learned about the fact that the Democratic Town Committee was not supporting the application by email. And one of those people is as treasurer of the Democratic Town Committee, so I don't
the
understand,
acting
I really
chair.
don't understand the working, and I don't need to, obviously,
Great.
but it's mysterious to me enough to say, well, I've been feeling for 4.5 years that the Democratic Town Committee is lurking. It's the shadow government here, and it's responsible for the toxic nature of debate in this town.
I totally
Now,
disagree with you as
I
far
know
as
you
that's
disagree
concerned.
with me.
Totally
I don't care.
disagree with you.
And what I want to say is that we've got echo chambers going on. We don't have diversity. We have purposely, even our DEI committee has purposely reduced the amount of diversity in the way of thinking, and particularly in political thought, around here. I don't think this person brings better political thought because I've heard bad stories about it, right?
About him. Are you saying you've heard bad stories about this
It's
individual?
totally a rumor, and I don't want to even go into
Then why
it.
even say it, if it's a rumor?
Well,
Because I'm left with one day to look at this thing. I don't know why we.
David, you've
why
had
we
the,
rush
you've had the
into this.
resume for a week.
no,
Oh, that's-
Mika, we haven't.
Yeah, great.
We haven't
I
had
didn't have it
anything
for a
for more
week.
than
You
maybe
probably had it for a
28
month.
hours.
But I just don't like that kind of politicking. And I don't like the idea that it has to be in a hurry so that they can take a vote on this issue to, I don't know, Matt said it. Well, he knows why they're going to vote on November 20, or it's October 21st to shoot
Please,
down the
please,
thing.
yeah,
We've
please,
departed
please
from the topic
stay
here.
to,
Yeah.
let's, yes.
It's the same issue. We're
It's
I don't know
important
anything
we
about
should-
this person. I know nothing about him. I have no
Doing
reason to
work.
expect anything other than what his resume says. But I've put before you, or not before you, I put before the Board of Selectmen people who were overqualified for positions, only to have them be shut out because there was somebody who was unaffiliated, who happened to be the spouse of a Democratic Town Committee person. And that would be the only qualification, for
David,
example,
again,
to be on the
That
board
has
of
nothing-
firemen.
It has nothing
And
to do, and that's your opinion, that's what you
It's
feel.
my opinion,
I
but
understand,
but
that
this
has
is
nothing
why
to do with
this is why rushing these things to us and not getting them, to us to consider. Why do you think why do you think my trust is not?
Dave, your
And David,
frustration.
that's completely understandable, and I hear your frustration. That's not a reason to not move forward. It's a reason to make the changes that Mika has, but it's not a reason to not move forward. I understand where you're coming from. I don't think things like that are fair.
We got
but I think
what we got.
we're trying to move forward.
We got the resignation, what, 3 days ago?
No, David, you got it more than 3 days.
Wait, let's,
When did Clea resign?
Sunday before the public,
The 28th?
yeah, Sunday the 28th. I hear your frustration. I agree with it. I align with it. I don't want to perpetuate it. And I cannot support this appointment because I think it is so off base of what you've been hearing and what I've been seeing. I think it's actually concerning that another member of the WDTC would be put forth on TPZ. It to me represents a total.
Are there no members of the RTC that are
I don't know, but I'm not.
Exactly,
Can I
Andrea,
ask a
that's exactly the
question?
way
Well,
I feel.
Mika, unfortunately,
Exactly.
the WDTC put us in a position to have to pay attention to it because of the announcement they made on an active proposal. When people requested to recuse themselves, they didn't. It's not a good look. TPZ
Appreciate that.
is under so much scrutiny right now. We have been faulted for our appointments to TPZ. In public comment, you're telling me you don't remember people saying, Board of Selectmen,
I remember
you
people
appointed
who
these
oppose-
people, this is your
I remember
fault.
people who oppose me saying this. That's what I remember.
This is one of the few
I-
ways the Board of Selectmen has a say in town planning and zoning.
And I have
It
done
is in
everything for the
appointments.
past 2 years that was
And this
asked
is
for, everything that I committed to
unacceptable.
when I was running for office 2 years ago in regards to in regard to appointments, I've done, we've done, together. Every opportunity that there has been that there was a minority party opportunity, you filled it.
Not so.
Please tell me, David.
Much of the comment was the previous board's appointments, not necessarily ours.
Oh.
But here we are in a position to appoint one of the most important commissions particularly now in our town's history. And we have a duty and responsibility to approach this very thoughtfully and intentionally. And this does not align with my thoughts and intentions for the TPZ. Jim Horwitz, I appreciate your willingness to serve, especially during this very contentious time on town planning and zoning. It's honorable, but I can't support it.
We appreciate your opinion.
Sorry, Mika. It's my understanding, and maybe I have a misunderstanding, but that the whole point of our town committees, all of them, is to foster community and to have a place where people who want to serve the town can come in and get involved on all ends of the political spectrum. Like, that is one of their roles, is to cultivate people who we can put on boards and commissions and have a community for people who want to get involved as one of their main roles in town. So
Well,
why
that's-
wouldn't
that's-
it be somebody from one of the town committees? Because
Rita, I
that
don't
is one of
disagree
the
with that.
functions of the
I don't
town committee.
disagree with that at
And that's
all.
just, you know,
I
my own-
just think that after clearly for political purposes, the Democratic Town Committee, the chair of whom was one of two people that I saw support 804, and
She didn't, no.
vaguely.
It's, again,
A very awkward attempt at something that bordered on support while trying to walk it back. And now it's been completely walked back for what I think is political reasons.
for one, she made it clear she was making a statement as a resident, which she has a right to, like you did today.
Exactly,
Okay?
yes.
So that's
Thank you.
for one.
Okay.
And it was not in support of, it was way more broad
It
than
was
saying
hopeful. It was hopeful.
Broad is
in
a good
support
word.
of
the process.
diverse options and
The process, correct.
diverse housing
Made it
options
clear.
and the process.
Nonetheless, right after rejecting the proposal and entering the fray, we're getting a person appointed. I don't like that. I just
David,
don't. I agree.
David, if you want to talk about it, it's portraying, the portrayal that has been happening in the public with TPZ and with me. How many times have people said that I was the one who brought this proposal there? That's been said. I'm the one who brought these people in. That's blatantly untrue. Blatantly untrue. But yet it's out there. So don't
It's
talk
also
to me
untrue
about
that I
politics.
voted unanimously
Don't talk to me about
to adopt a plan that we never adopted.
Tom Handler at that meeting
I
made it clear.
obviously
So
Can we-
again,
Can we
we'll
bring
get
it
back to
to
it.
this?
No,
So,
no, that's
yeah,
fine.
so we have a motion and a second for Jim Horowitz. Are we ready to call?
So I just want to say again, at the last meeting, I brought up concerns about our process. this is following the same process that I had concerns last time. Concerns haven't been addressed. I mentioned earlier when we talked about town charter that I think that especially boards like Board of Finance and TPZ are very important. I would like to see this board formulate a different process by which we engage a little bit more. I do know this person. I am not voting against him on a personal basis at all, which is the same statement I made last time. But I will be voting no because of the process. And that's all I want to say.
So what would be the process that would make you reconsider your position?
I really wish, as a member of the Democratic Town Committee, that I had been even talked to. And I wasn't. But that is in keeping with why I'm not on the slate either. So I don't want to go into that. I've made the statement I've made.
Anyone else? Call a vote. All in favor of Jim Horowitz to take the seat, say aye.
Aye.
Again, 3-3. I will vote aye. So, I'm sorry?
You want to call the rest of them to vote?
I'm sorry. All nay?
So there's,
Nay? It's tie. I will vote aye with my ability to do so, and I appreciate it, everybody.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion carried.
I was making it.